clinch the race for the Senate and the House of Representatives as well. Megan Whelan, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. It's all very stressful.
Oh, it is, and it's he's ahead, she's ahead, he's ahead, she's ahead.
The lead in Florida, so all eyes on Florida at the moment with its 29 electoral votes. So close. 91% of the vote counted. Trump has 49% to her 48%. So very close. And it has, over the last hour, the lead has just switched backwards and forwards as more and more different counties come in. There is a couple of Democratic strongholds yet to come in Florida, so it could change again, but so close.
He is ahead, it seems, in Virginia. She is ahead in Ohio.
Yes, and Ohio, again, is going to be really important. He's also ahead in Texas at the moment, which is possibly not a surprise. But yeah, it's so close.
Now, she is also ahead in North Carolina. So we're moving up the country now and not that far away from all those important Rust Belt votes. That's an important one for her to win, and he kind of really needs to do well there.
He does need to do well there, and obviously, he essentially needs to win Florida, as we discussed half an hour or so ago. He essentially needs to win Florida to sort of have any chance. But yeah, it's very, very close in a lot of these what we call battleground states.
What results will you particularly, especially after 3 o'clock, when the volume of vote counting increases, what results, Megan, will you be particularly looking at then?
So definitely Florida, obviously. That's going to be hugely important, and because it's so close, I'm not even sure what the sort of standard for a recount in Florida is anymore, but that could be a thing that could keep us up for a very long time, like 8 years ago. As we've mentioned, Ohio, North Carolina, all those states, all those battleground states, of which there's about 9. One thing that is worth saying is that the Democrats have picked up 1 seat in the Senate, but they still need 4 more. So Tammy Duckworth is one in Illinois, but they still need 4 more there to take back the Senate. And both ABC and NBC are projecting that the Republicans are going to retain control of the House of Representatives. So not great for Democrats there.
And there are still states which we know nothing about, really, the results of yet. Iowa, Nevada, Pennsylvania, I haven't heard tell of. I may have missed it. So there are crucial, big, important results. This election is not over.
Oh, not even remotely. 14 states are just about to close. And California doesn't close for another couple of hours yet. So it's going to be a long afternoon.
It's going to be a long afternoon for Megan. Megan Whelan, thank you very much for joining us. The day the United States decides in a great, hugely symbolic election, an extraordinary election, an election that always had the potential to have the world pivot off it and be shaken up. So the truly important results to come. A ding-dong battle at the moment, an extended checkpoint follows. And John Campbell, with the aid of our talented crew like Megan, will take you through that American election update process.
RNZ News at 3. Kia ora, good afternoon. Ko Katrina Batten, aho. The Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump has taken a small lead in the key swing state of Florida, with most of the votes counted. But his Democratic rival Hillary Clinton has an early lead in 2 other battleground states, Ohio and North Carolina. Tim Graham has the latest.
Polls have now closed in many states, but voting is continuing in the western US. In the key state of Florida, it's on a knife edge, with Mr. Trump having a small lead on Mrs. Clinton a short time ago, though it's still regarded as being too close to call. Ohio is a swing state which almost always picks a president. At this point, Mrs. Clinton has a small lead with about 1/3 of the vote counted. In states where results have been declared so far, Mrs. Clinton and Mr. Trump have 8 states each. US television networks say the Republicans have retained control of the House of Representatives, but it's still unclear which party will have a majority in the Senate, where the Democrats have picked up 1 seat so far. This is Tim Graham.
The BBC's John Sopel is at Hillary Clinton's headquarters in New York. He says the outcome will be historic, whichever way it goes.
Either way, we get the first woman president, or we get the first president who has never held any elected office, nor been in the armed forces. Both are first for the United States. We also have an anti-establishment candidate who wants to tear down the walls, who wants to drain the swamp. And we have in Hillary Clinton the establishment candidate who wants to build on the foundations of what Barack Obama has done. And this is an election about how America sees itself at home and how America sees itself in the world. There is always intense interest in a US presidential election, but this one It's off the scale.
John Sopel reporting. A spokesman for the former Republican president, George W. Bush, says he and his wife Laura have voted for other Republicans in congressional races but have not cast a vote for president. Freddie Ford says they voted none of the above for president. In a break from custom, neither Mr. Bush nor his father, former President George H.W. Bush, endorsed the Republican nominee Donald Trump. Statistics from real estate website show more American citizens are checking out what's on offer in New Zealand as the US election comes to an end. The chief executive of realestate.co.nz, Brendan Skipper, says interest from Americans in New Zealand homes for sale has catapulted in the last 2 days. He says website traffic for November the 7th and 8th from US citizens was up 141% on the same 2 days a year ago. Mr. Skipper says the spike follows a month of increased activity in the lead-up to today's election. Over the last month, he says American-based users are up more than 50% compared to the same time last year. The government has reached an agreement with the Māori Party regarding iwi consultation, which will ensure the Resource Management Act passes its second and final reading in Parliament. Earlier this year, the Māori Party warned it would withdraw its support for proposed changes if Māori weren't given more say over how resources were managed. The Environment Minister, Nick Smith, says they now have added a provision in the bill that enables iwi to enter into agreements with councils to ensure their perspective is heard.
While there is already legal requirements in the Act with respect to the consultation with iwi, there's a lot of frustration that doesn't really work. And so the big benefit, in my view, both for councils and iwi, is having a formal statutory process by which they can reach these agreements and make these processes work better.
Nick Smith says this is the most comprehensive package of changes to the Resource Management Act since its inception 25 years ago. The Canterbury Regional Council is crediting hard work from farmers for a turnaround in the quality of some of the region's rivers and lakes. New figures show that of 52 locations monitored by the council last summer, 12 showed an improvement on the summer before. Among the big improvers is North Canterbury's Hurunui River, where water quality has gone from poor to fair. The council's water scientist, Tim Davey, says the results are mainly because of farmers keeping stock away from rivers and lakes and planting alongside them to prevent runoff. But Mr Davey admits there's still a lot of work to do to make waterways in and around Christchurch swimmable again. That's the news.
For many, leaving prison and never coming back is the only option.
I'm focused the whole time I spend here every day. I'm thinking about the outside and how I'm going to better myself.
But for others, it's not as straightforward.
How many times have you been in prison?
4 times.
Are you going to go again?
I don't plan to, but if it does, then that's what it is.
I'm Teresa Cowie, and this week Insight heads to prison to see what's being done to stop reoffending after the 8 o'clock news on Sunday morning with Wallace Chapman on RNZ National.
Met service weather through to midnight tomorrow Thursday. Northland, Auckland, Waikato, Coromandel Peninsula, Bay of Plenty and Taupo. Fine today, cloudy periods tomorrow. Waitomo, Taranaki, Taumarunui and Taihape. Fine at first, becoming cloudy this evening with patchy drizzle. For Gisborne and Hawke's Bay, mainly fine, isolated showers tomorrow afternoon. Whanganui to Wellington, cloud increasing this evening and overnight and periods of rain developing. Wairarapa, Nelson, Marlborough and North Canterbury, areas of high cloud today with a few showers, occasional rain developing tomorrow morning. Otago and the remainder of Canterbury, fine spells, a few showers in the east today. For South Westland, Southland and Fiordland, mostly fine, however a few showers in the south, clearing morning. Buller and the remainder of Westland, rain with heavy falls and isolated thunderstorms clearing from the south this evening or this afternoon and evening, rain returning north of Hokitika tomorrow morning. The Chatham Islands, showers developing this evening, clearing tomorrow morning. This is RNZ National at 3:06. More news and weather at 4.
Kia ora everyone, welcome to RNZ's coverage of the 2016 US election. Great to have your company. Thank you for joining us. Who will it be? Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump, the first woman president or the self-styled anti-establishment outsider, a man who has never previously held political office? The first results suggest it is incredibly tight. That key swing state of Florida, 29 votes up for grabs there. It does decide the election. It certainly did in 2000 when it absolutely gave the presidency to George Bush over Al Gore. At the moment, Donald Trump is sitting on 49.2% of the vote, Hillary Clinton on 47.6% of the vote, and it is over 90% back. So Trump with the narrowest lead. The other swing states that are very, very important include North Carolina and Ohio, and they too have them within a percentage point of each other in those swing states as the votes are still being counted. Let's look at the states that have been called. At this early stage, Donald Trump is ahead with 123 electoral college votes. Hillary Clinton has 97. Remember, they need 270. There is 538 electoral college votes up for grabs. 270 wins it, obviously. Among the states Donald Trump has won: Kentucky, Indiana, South Carolina, West Virginia and Tennessee. No surprises there. They are Republican states. Hillary Clinton has captured Massachusetts, Maryland, New Jersey and Delaware. Once again, they are all Democrat voting states. We will be going to swing states, to Trump Towers, to New York, the Hillary Clinton headquarters throughout the afternoon, and talking to people where the action is. Stay with us. We will be on air until we have a president, unless they go to the Supreme Court, I guess. Let's look at how the two candidates have spent Election Day so far. We start with this report from Alex Ashton.
The Democratic presidential nominee, Hillary Clinton, started her day in Chappaqua, New York, casting her vote with her husband and former President Bill Clinton just after 8 a.m. this morning.
It is the most humbling feeling, Dan, because, I know how much responsibility goes with this, and so many people are counting on the outcome of this election, what it means for our country, and I'll do the very best I can if I'm fortunate enough to win today.
The Democratic vice presidential nominee, Tim Kaine, cast his ballot in Richmond, Virginia, before heading to New York with his wife to await the results. The Republican nominee, Donald Trump, cast his vote in Manhattan, arriving at 11 a.m. with his wife, Melania, daughter, Ivanka, and her family. Inside, he bought a bag of biscuits from children holding a cake stall before greeting supporters and casting his vote. The Republican vice presidential nominee, Mike Pence, voted at home in Indianapolis.
A day like today is very humbling and very moving for our little family. We're just so grateful for the support and prayers of people all across the United States, for Donald Trump and for our firm belief that we can make America great again.
US President Barack Obama urged the public to vote one final time as he walked along the White House colonnade, telling reporters he was confident if voter turnout was high, they'll do a good job. There were long queues at many polling booths around the country after a long, bruising and often ugly campaign.
Everything has just gone to, excuse my French, hell in a handbasket. So now it's like, let's see what Donald could do.
It was just so exciting to watch her climb and her rise, and now she's the first, female. Sorry. I'm just really excited for women everywhere.
Well, I'm sort of big on military and defense. I haven't really felt safe in the country the last several years. But I have kids in schools, particularly concerned about the safety of our schools and just protecting our country. So I think Trump's a better candidate on that. And that's where my vote went.
I think we're all trying to make a difference, to get out there and vote and do what you have to do for your responsibility for the country. I think California is going to definitely be a Hillary vote.
I think there's a lot of interest in what's going to happen. Is this going to really affect our economy? Is it really going to affect our futures? And I think it will. I think this is a very big deal overall.
Residents of Skid Row, an area in downtown Los Angeles with a large homeless population, turned out in their droves, but were divided about where their votes would go.
Hillary Clinton. I can't stand Donald Trump. He's an idiot.
I hope that he will clean things up and definitely # drain the swamp, because there's just so much corruption and so much bad politicking. And I mean, the people that we have in government right now, especially here in California, they suck big time.
Either socialist or fascist. Trump being the fascist and Hillary being the socialist. So we get either one. I just think that a socialist, a Canadian type of government is better than a fascist type of government.
In the New York suburb of Harlem, predominantly African American, these voters favoured Clinton.
Well, I always vote, and especially with the first female president, so I'm here to vote for Hillary. In my opinion, they're both horrible candidates. You got to go for the lesser of two evils.
Security remains on high alert tonight as both Mr. Trump and Mrs. Clinton hold their election night parties, both in New York City and fewer than 2 kilometres apart. For Checkpoint, Alex Ashton.
Importantly, whilst we're on the radio, as always, you will also be able to watch us tonight on Freeview Channel 50, the RNZ website, Facebook Live. We will have CNN correspondents joining us throughout the program, and we have access to CNN's footage. So there is lots to watch and, of course, to listen to on the radio. Over the next 3 hours, we're going to hear from 5 American voters: Bert Gildersleeve, John Robertson, Max Farnham, Christine Kilpatrick, and the Chamberlain family, who will tell us about the kind of president they're hoping for, what issues are important to them, and what they think US President Barack Obama's legacy will be. Who do they vote for and why? What do they want? We have gone for a representative sample. Our reporter Gemma Brackie-Bush began by asking the group what the defining moment of the campaign has been for them.
Once the primaries were over and once it was decided that it would be Hillary and Donald Trump, which that set the stage for where we are now and what's to come. So yeah, that really would be a pivotal point, and of course in a few days we'll see what happens.
The email scandals, all the public nonsense about private email servers and taking money for foreign governments and stuff like that just seems all wrong to me.
As someone who's going to vote for Hillary, I think maybe it was when Donald Trump got the nomination of the Republican Party, because that wasn't something I anticipated. I think the bigger story of the election isn't about either candidate, and it's about how both of the parties have kind of fractured. So like the Republican Party is kind of two parties now, the Democratic Party is kind of two parties now, and I think that's what people are gonna look back on the election, not about what either candidate said, but it's there's definitely a change happening in both of the parties.
The defining moment for me came a long time ago when I woke up to what's going on in this country. This campaign is a joke.
Hillary Clinton running for president.
Yep, they are a representative sample of American voters, and as you could hear, they have very, very, very different views. At the moment, it is tight. It is split in Florida. It is split in North Carolina. It is split in Ohio. As I said throughout the program, we have access to CNN's live broadcast, and also I'm delighted to report to its correspondents. And our first cross of the afternoon is to CNN's Jonathan Mann, John Mann at Trump HQ in Manhattan. John, and it's a pleasure to have you with us on RNZ in New Zealand. Thank you for being with us. What is the mood at Trump HQ?
The mood is getting better, I can tell you. That when we first arrived, it seemed like a remarkably small room for a victory celebration in the U.S. presidential campaign, and there still aren't that many people here. But the people who are here, you can feel the buzz change, because at the outset of the count, there wasn't really a lot of good news for Donald Trump. The key states that you just mentioned, Florida, Ohio, North Carolina, didn't seem to be going his way. Now he has leads in all 3 states. They don't guarantee him the presidency, but those were really the 3 make or break states. No American president, no Republican rather, has ever been elected without winning Ohio. Florida is the biggest and most valuable of the swing states, and North Carolina is in some sense a bellwether for how other racially diverse states are likely to go. Trump needed all 3. He hasn't won any of them, but he has got margins in all of those three. I think the Clinton people are probably a little more nervous than they were an hour ago.
Yeah, I suspect you're right. You talked about racial diversity, and the Latino, Hispanic vote in Florida was considered so important, but it looks like Trump really has mobilized his key constituency in Florida. Elderly white voters have turned out in force, we understand. If he wins the 29 votes Florida offers, that's crucial to him, isn't it?
It's crucial. It doesn't win him the presidency. Basically, if you think about this, he had to get dealt an inside straight. Donald Trump began this evening needing essentially a perfect score. There was no margin for error. Lose one of the key states, he certainly wouldn't get elected president. Win them all, he'd still need to flip a few traditionally Democratic states like Michigan or like Pennsylvania. He hasn't done that, not yet. But so far, he's done everything he's needed to do. If he can hold on to those three states, the possibility of a Trump presidency, which even his own supporters had likened to a miracle today and even several weeks ago, the possibility of a Trump presidency, the prospect moves a whole lot closer. And this crowd can feel that possibility looking very real, at least for now.
Yeah, 49.2 to Trump, 47.7 to Clinton in Florida. John, you have been working for CNN for as long as I can remember, and you have covered an awful lot of politics in America. What has this campaign been like?
It's been depressing, to be honest. I mean, when you compare it, just think about the excitement around the world when Barack Obama was running for president. No excitement, no enthusiasm. Americans don't like these candidates, and they really didn't like the campaign either. There was a lot of mudslinging, a lot of insult, a lot of outrage, a lot of scandal. It has been a fairly unpleasant experience, I think, for most Americans. They're exhausted by it, and it's not clear when this is all over really what will happen either. That's the other sad truth about this. If Hillary Clinton wins, she will be a deeply unpopular president fighting with a Republican-controlled Congress. If Donald Trump wins, he will be a deeply unpopular president, likely to make a lot of waves and still facing a rebellion in the ranks of the Republican Party against him. It's not a pleasing prospect for American voters.
No, it's a thoroughly depressing prospect for us all, I think, and it's dispiriting to watch it even from this distance. Let's talk about when you're going to see Donald Trump. You're not going to see him until he knows whether he's won or lost, right? So this could be a long, long night.
Well, you're exactly right. I mean, Donald Trump is really, once again, the man to watch, because not only are we waiting to see him, but we're waiting to hear what he has to say. If he's elected president, I think the whole world will be watching closely with some shock. If he's defeated, whether or not he acknowledges that defeat, concedes defeat to Hillary Clinton, is another one of the big question marks hanging over this election campaign. He's been very clear that he considers the electoral process fraudulent and rife with cheating. And there was some question, and he raised the question himself, whether he would acknowledge defeat, concede defeat, if he was found to be the loser. Loser is an insult in Donald Trump's lexicon. He doesn't recognize or reward honorable, well-fought second-place finishes. And the idea that Donald Trump would volunteer to call himself the loser of this race is still difficult to imagine. So we're wondering when we're going to see him, and we're wondering what he's going to have to say.
John Mann from CNN, live from Trump HQ in downtown Manhattan. One of the CNN correspondents who's joining us throughout the afternoon. We also have CNN's coverage available to us to take live. You are with RNZ on our US election special. It's 3:20. You are with Checkpoint on RNZ National. Thank you for joining us on our US election special. Stick with us. As America decides who their next president will be, we are going to stay on air until America has determined whether it will be Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump. If you're listening to us on the radio, welcome as always. We're also streaming online on rnz.co.nz. We are live on Facebook, where you can watch us, and on YouTube, and you can also watch us on Freeview Channel 50. However you are joining us, we'd love your feedback. You can text us on 2101. You can tweet us at Checkpoint RNZ. We are on Facebook, of course, and our email address, as always, is checkpoint@radionz.co.nz. We will be sharing your feedback throughout the show. Let's look at Florida. Boy, oh boy, Florida is a key state. There are 29 votes available here in this electoral college. First to 270, of course, wins. 2012, Obama took it. 2008, Obama took it. 2004, Bush took it. 2000, Bush took it from Gore, and that gave him the presidency. Quite controversially, there was 500 votes separating them. Well, as it stands now, those 29 crucial votes in the electoral college, Donald Trump is at 49.3%. Hillary Clinton is at 47.6%. Now, CNN is reporting that some of the areas still to return their vote are strong Democrat areas, but there is now over 100,000 votes between them. Will the Democrat areas yet to return be strong enough to give Florida to Hillary Clinton? The other swing states we're going to look at throughout this afternoon are Ohio. Once again, they've gone Democrat, Democrat, Republican, Republican, exactly like America itself has. North Carolina is interesting because it went Republican last time around, but Democrat in 2008. The other big talking point, of course, is the states with large numbers of Hispanic voters. Now, Florida has 18% Latino voters, and Nevada, which is another crucial swing state, has 17%. They're number 5 and 6 in terms of the number of Latino voters in those states. People were saying that that would swing it for Clinton in Florida. As it stands, that is currently not the case. Fascinating also in Ohio. Now, Ohio is regarded as a pretty strong Democrat state at the moment. It voted Republican in 2000 and 2004. But the issue with Ohio is that there is a large and increasingly alienated white community there who are not Clinton fans. They are anti-establishment voters, and at the moment, and I'm just getting the latest votes now from the latest tally now from Ohio, it's early days, but Trump is on 51.4% and Hillary Clinton is on 44.5%. Only under a half of the votes counted, but Trump is ahead there. The Democrats won it in 2012 and 2008. There are 18 votes on offer. So it is tight, and as John Mann said from Trump headquarters, if you are a Trump supporter, you are probably starting to enjoy this evening more than you were, say, an hour ago. Let's go to our very own correspondent, Kevin McAleese at the Clinton HQ in New York. Kevin, thank you for joining us. There is a delay, so I'm just going to ask you a question and let you go for it. Clinton and her camp started the night pretty strongly, started Florida pretty strongly, but it is unpleasantly tight for them now, isn't it?
That's it, absolutely right. As in fact, just about 5 minutes ago, we had jubilant scenes here when they called New York, Hillary's hometown, and Donald Trump, but it went for the Democratic candidate. The crowd erupted, but I've got to tell you, it's gone a little bit flat since then, because what we're hearing is that Trump is pulling ahead in Florida, that key state. It's often called the key state in a US election. He's also challenging well in Virginia, and Ohio is very much in play. And this wasn't part of the playbook for this crowd here to see their candidate, who we expect to emerge in a few hours' time, because that's how long it will be until we actually have a result in this fascinating US election. But at the moment, yeah, a lot to celebrate if you're a Trump fan, not so much if you're backing Hillary to break that glass ceiling and make history. It's a bit tough at the minute.
Kevin, it was really interesting watching the Clinton camp. After they got that clearance on the emails, they started to get a spring in their step. Trump started to talk about the consequences if he might lose. They were psychologically preparing themselves for victory on the one hand and for defeat on the other. And that psychological preparation was, on the face of it, overly optimistic in the Clinton camp.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That was a key turning point. When the FBI originally found that there was no criminal prosecution to be had, they were certainly buoyed, and they had a real spring in their step when it came to changing their ground operation, which has been incredibly sophisticated. They went from trying to secure key states to looking down the ballot. That's how confident they were. Their superstar surrogates, the like of Michelle Obama, her husband, President Obama, were also, getting out there and saying, look down the ballot because we're looking pretty strong here. That is not what we're seeing here tonight. We're seeing a very different picture emerge, but it is still early. There's still a lot of votes to get. The winner, remember, needs 270 electoral votes if they're going to take the White House.
Kevin, it's very noisy there and we're struggling to hear you above the noise. Tell us, what's the mood on the floor? Obviously, they will be a little bit dry in the mouth at the moment.
Absolutely. All the noise is coming from the media, I've got to be honest with you, because this crowd has gone a bit quiet. They're just trying to get them buoyed up again because it's going to be a long night and there's a long way to go. And if this election night is anything like this election race, then it's going to twist and turn plenty before we have a decision.
Kevin McAleese is at the Clinton HQ in New York. Incidentally, as you heard, Kevin's in New York, Trump's in New York, Jonathan Mann from CNN is in New York. We were just talking to him about 5 or 10 minutes ago. They are separated by just over 2K, just a few blocks apart, although they are having very different experiences thus far on election night. Let's look at those key swing states. Ohio, Trump is still ahead. Florida, Trump is very narrowly ahead, but narrow is all it takes, and it's been narrow before in Florida. Very, very close. The closest state in 2012, 500 votes in 2000. Both times it determined the election. Actually, not really in 2012. Obama was so far ahead. Well, throughout the world, people have an opinion on US politics. Obviously, it is the most watched of all elections on the planet. And our reporter Max told us at a function being hosted by the US Embassy at the St. John's Bar in Wellington. Let's go there now. Max is looking magnificent in an Uncle Sam Stars and Stripes hat. Nice to have you with us, Max.
Thank you, John.
Who's there?
Well, this is mostly a party for US embassy folk. There are a few expats, but really this is an invite-only party, something I feel rather uncomfortable being at. It's not often I get to go to these kind of things, but, well, it's not often I'm invited to parties, full stop. But no, mostly people from the embassy. We have the US ambassador, Mark Gilbert, here. He's doing the rounds. Yeah, and quite a lot of media as well.
Mark Gilbert was, of course, a political appointment. He has a Twitter site with a photo of him and Obama playing basketball on it. He was a big Democratic fundraiser in both Obama campaigns. He will be feeling some trepidation at this stage, Max. Is he saying anything, or is he just being charming and pouring drinks?
Oh, look, I haven't asked him who he voted for. I will later, but I think I'll just let him enjoy the social frivolities of the afternoon. I did ask a few other people who they voted for, and quite a few were quite reticent to tell me. I think there was a big whoop when Hillary Clinton won a state. I imagine, I think you'd be more popular if you're a tax collector than a Donald Trump supporter here, to be honest.
Yeah, no, that's a Democrat party, I think, Max. Max Toll, thank you, live from the US Ambassador's Party at the St. John's Bar in Wellington. We should say he is an out-and-out Democrat, a political appointment, a former Obama fundraiser, and a man who I think counts Obama as a friend. It is coming up to 3:30. Thank you for being with us. Boy, what an afternoon of uncertainty. The markets, of course, hate uncertainty. This has been an election in which conventional wisdom and conventional patterns of behaviour have sometimes been turned upside down. Take the global markets, for example, across the US, Europe, Asia, and indeed even in Australia and New Zealand. Trump's success in the primaries, first of all, and then his rise in the polls has often been accompanied by jitters in the markets. So how are they reacting to the election so far? Let's go to Wellington, and our business editor, Giles Beckford, joins us live. Hi, Giles. It started strongly for Clinton. She shot ahead in Florida, but now things are tight. What are the markets doing?
You can just feel the clenching of muscles through Wall Street and dealing rooms around the world. This morning, for instance, Wall Street was confident enough to end on a high. It was up around 70 odd points, and the US dollar was settled comfortably against the Japanese yen and the Swiss franc. Now, there are two currencies which, in times of turbulence and trouble, you find that investors go buy them. They buy safe assets. And for much of the early counting, it was business as usual. Markets perhaps a shade more cautious than they might have been at the close of New York, but in the past half hour, those indications that Donald Trump is starting to build a bit of a lead in Florida, that he is perhaps not out of the race, or that he's perhaps closely in the race in Ohio, North Carolina, those battle states, those swing states have just sent some jitters through the market. So I can tell you in the last half hour, the US dollar, it started to get a wee bit of momentum downwards against the yen. On the session so far, it's down 2%. Against the Swiss franc, it's down 1%. Share markets, which are also an indicator of nervousness and volatility, a flight to safety when the risk is off. In other words, when people are worried, then people will be selling shares. Our market was positive this morning. It opened up, it got up about 25 points. In the last half hour, it's turned negative. Markets in Australia, they're down 1%, share market there. Same in Hong Kong and in Tokyo. So read it all together, and you have to say that financial markets starting to get a bit of sniff of Brexit, deja vu, and we know what happened there. In the event that Donald Trump builds on these gains that he's been having, I just look up there and I see that in New Hampshire, even in New Hampshire, Trump has a slight lead, but that won't read too much into that one perhaps. But clearly that when there's a hint that Trump may be gaining some advantage, or in places like Florida is actually building a sizable lead, then you have to expect that we're going to see the currencies fall. The New Zealand dollar could go, for instance, down towards 70 cents in the worst case scenario, as one dealer was telling me a little bit earlier today. And we would see also, and in fact the last price I had on gold had jumped up $28, more than 2% in the past couple of hours. So it's nervous times, the trading is volatile, and until there's some clearer view as to where the result is going, then we can expect that the risk will be, we'll see weakness in currencies, the New Zealand dollar will fall, and now I think that is pretty certain.
Giles Bigford, thank you, our business editor. Thanks, Giles. Giles mentioned New Hampshire. Trump is ahead in New Hampshire by less than 1%, but the really interesting thing about New Hampshire is only 4 votes there. It's little, and that is not going to change the election unless it is remarkably tight. But they voted Democrat in 2012, 2008 and 2004. They last voted Republican in 2000. It was considered a swing state that Clinton should win. As Giles said, Trump is ahead there. Early days, less than half the vote counted. Another swing state is Colorado. This is the first time in the swing states I've been able to say this in the 33.5 minutes we've been on air. Getting near half the vote counted. Clinton is ahead there. There are 9 seats on offer, and 9 electoral college votes on offer in Colorado. Once again, they've gone this century where the presidency has gone. So Democrat, Democrat, Republican, Republican. Clinton is ahead by about 5 percentage points. They will be heartened by that news, but there is not much else that is heartening so far for the Democrats in the key swing states. It has been a bitter and unpredictable election. When Donald Trump joined the US presidential race in June 2015, he entered a crowded Republican field and was given little chance of success. Well, he proved the experts wrong and emerged as a divisive and combative nominee. Among the Democrats, Hillary Clinton expected a short and easy path to her party's nomination. Instead, she found an extremely competitive race against Senator Bernie Sanders. Interestingly, New Hampshire, which is currently going for Trump, we should say early days, was a strong Sanders state. They like Sanders way more than Clinton. Then she went to enter a bruising match against Donald Trump. We're seeing the culmination of that today. It is so tight. Harry Horton looks back at this extraordinary election campaign.
It began with 2 brutal primary contests.
And I've decided I am proud to announce my candidacy.
I announce my candidacy.
I'm running for president.
That I'm running for president of the United States.
And one explosive, unconventional candidate.
I will build a great wall on our southern border, and I will have Mexico pay for that wall.
It was supposed to be a coronation for Hillary Clinton.
Welcome to the revolution.
But Bernie Sanders' revolution made for an unexpected contest. Donald Trump brushed his Republican rivals aside.
This is a movement that's happening.
and traded low blows at the debates.
I mean, first of all, this guy's a joke artist and this guy's a liar. You have a combination. This guy always goes.
In July, FBI Director James Comey delivered his long-awaited verdict on the FBI's investigation into Hillary Clinton's handling of classified information when she was Secretary of State.
Although we did not find clear evidence that Secretary Clinton or her colleagues intended to violate laws governing the handling of classified information, there is evidence that they were extremely careless.
It's an issue that's persistently dogged the Democratic nominee's campaign and provided endless attacks for her opponent. At their convention in July, the Republican rally cry against Hillary Clinton was led by Donald Trump advisor and former General Michael Flynn.
We do not need a reckless president who believes she is above the law. Lock her up. That's right. That's right. Lock her up.
Republican establishment figures tried for months to stop Donald Trump becoming their nominee. The Republican convention saw a last-ditch effort fail, and Mr. Trump was triumphant.
I humbly and gratefully accept your nomination for the presidency of the United States.
I am your voice.
In Philadelphia, the Democratic convention brought out A-list speakers such as President Barack Obama, Vice President Joe Biden, and former President Bill Clinton. But the star of the show, and possibly this entire election, was First Lady Michelle Obama.
We need to pour every last ounce of our passion and our strength and our love for this country into electing Hillary Clinton as President of the United States of America.
And a moment of history too, as Hillary Clinton became the first woman to be a nominee for a major US political party.
And so, my friends, it is with humility, determination, and boundless confidence in America's promise that I accept your nomination for President of the United States.
There have been few highs in this election and many, many lows. And as the presidential debates began, the campaign sunk to new depths.
She doesn't have the look. She doesn't have the stamina. I said she doesn't have the stamina.
This is a man who has called women pigs, slobs, and dogs.
And then, in October, Donald Trump reached the lowest moments of his election campaign. A 2005 tape of him on the TV show Access Hollywood caught him bragging about sexual assault to presenter Billy Bush.
You know, I'm automatically attracted to beautiful. I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. You just, I don't even wait. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything.
For any other candidate in any other election, this would be terminal. But this is 2016, and this is Donald Trump.
I said it, I was wrong, and I apologize.
The Democrats took full advantage. Here's Hillary Clinton's most popular surrogate, Michelle Obama.
Because this was not just a lewd conversation. This wasn't just locker room banter. This was a powerful individual speaking freely and openly about sexually predatory behavior.
After strong performances in the debates, Hillary Clinton's campaign were measuring the curtains for the Oval Office. But then, just 11 days before Election Day, breaking news.
A new possible investigation by the FBI into Hillary Clinton's emails.
Christmas came early for Donald Trump. He stayed on message and his campaign had renewed confidence.
And we are going to win the White House. Going to win it.
After more than a year and a half of intense campaigning, this brutal, bitter, divisive election is almost over.
Yes, it's extraordinary as we look at the swing states. So the key swing states, there are lots of states that simply never change. They either vote Democrat or Republican. We know the equivalents in New Zealand, safe electorates. The swing states that do tend to determine the election are Florida, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Georgia, North Carolina, and Virginia. We're going to go to Virginia in about 30 seconds. Florida ahead for Trump at the moment. Pennsylvania ahead for Clinton at the moment. Ohio, Michigan, Georgia, and North Carolina all ahead for Trump at the moment. The swing states as it stands currently, are going to Trump. Let's go to Virginia. Like the USA itself, Virginia went Democrat in 2012 and 2008 and Republican in 2004 and 2000. It does have a history of Republican support before then, last century. 13 votes on offer, which in the race to 270 makes it worth having, particularly if it is tight, and it looks very tight. The Trump camp has been hopeful of getting it. Let's talk now to the New River Valley Bureau Chief with Virginia Public Radio, Robbie Harris. Robbie, it's lovely to have you with us on RNZ in New Zealand. Thank you for being there. What's happening in Virginia?
Thank you so much, John. Well, even as we speak, things are tightening up between Mrs. Clinton and Mr. Trump. All evening, Trump was running ahead, but the totals were coming in from the rural, southern parts of Virginia. And as that has tightened up in the northern areas near Washington, D.C., the more urban areas, we now see a very, very close race. And as you mentioned, it's gone back and forth. It's been a blue state recently, but there are many, many pockets of rural Virginia that are very strong for Donald Trump.
Yeah. What have been the issues there? Because, as you say, this is a real mixture. It borders Washington, D.C. There will be people who commute to the capital to work there as civil servants, but it has a big rural constituency. What are people voting on?
Well, there, the whole coal issue has resonated here. And, when you look at Virginia, we talk about two Virginias. Northern Virginia, as you say, has a lot of different issues. It's much more democratic. It's much more urban, high-tech. In the southern areas, they call it the other Virginia. We have almost an entirely different state with low incomes, coal fields closing. Those jobs used to be high-paying jobs, by the way, those coal jobs. There's nothing replacing those. So there's a lot of anger, a lot of, the typical Trump supporters. So it really does look like two states. You could call it purple, but when you look at as a blend, but when you look at really where the power centers are, the urban centers are, and the votes are coming from, and you see that the trend, could be changing really at this moment.
Robbie, you said that it was getting tighter. By golly, it couldn't be much tighter. It's 47.7 to Trump and 42.2 to Clinton, so half a percentage point in it, only roughly. Oh no, they're getting near the end now, so they're up around 90% of votes counted. It's interesting, isn't it? Watching it from afar, how do you reconcile such a polarized country?
That's the question for this state and for the country. But what I was going to say was, as we are looking at this very, very tight situation, there's that wild card. There's that Tim Kaine, that sort of halo effect that I think that Mrs. Clinton was counting on with you going to him as her nominee, as her vice presidential nominee. The guy has been a successful, the thing about him is that he's never lost an election he's run in, from his very first run for mayor in '94 up through being governor and now a senator, even with a stint in as the party chair. So he's got a little golden halo. People here, he's moderate, people here like him. And, of course, as you probably know, as tight as we are in this whole question of which way do we go, people are looking at the Senate as being maybe 50-50. If that were to happen, the vice president, if it were Kaine, would have that deciding vote. If it goes the other way, same thing. Pence would have the deciding vote. But, there's that one little sort of wild card there, at least in Virginia.
Yeah. Robbie, we've only just met, and it's over the radio, so forgive me for jumping to conclusions, but you sound kind of wary. And we were talking to Jonathan Mann from CNN, who's at the Trump HQ, and I said, how's the campaign been? And he said, depressing, which is a big answer from a CNN correspondent. And I wonder if whatever side you're on and whoever you support, this has not been a great period in American life. If people are feeling despondent, dispirited, confused.
Well, it's just aggravating, and it's nerve wracking. And I did a story today about sort of what's next, and the idea that they're calling here in Virginia, they're calling for actually a national frenemies day, where people who've been on opposite sides, no matter who wins, find a way to get together, talk to each other, mend fences, because whomever wins, it's going to have to come together, not like what we've seen here in the Congress and in our elected officials. So among them and among just everyday people, something's going to have to give, and soon.
Robbie Harris from Virginia Public Radio. Thank you so much, Robbie. We really appreciate your time. It's 3:45. You are with Checkpoint on RNZ National. Thank you for joining us on our US election special. Stick with us. As America decides who their next president will be, we are going to stay on air until America has determined whether it will be Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump. If you're listening to us on the radio, welcome as always. We're also streaming online on rnz.co.nz. We are live on Facebook, where you can watch us, and on YouTube, and you can also watch us on Freeview Channel 50. However you are joining us, we'd love your feedback. You can text us on 2101. You can tweet us at Checkpoint RNZ. We are on Facebook, of course, and our email address, as always, is checkpoint@radionz.co.nz. We will be sharing your feedback throughout the show. Well, Pennsylvania has been listed as a swing state. That's been really interesting to me because when we look at the other swing states, Florida, Ohio, Michigan, North Carolina, they do swing. They do go back and forth. Certainly the first three do, but Pennsylvania doesn't. In fact, it's been a Democrat state since 1992, and there was a sense that Trump could pull a rabbit out of the hat here. At the moment, and only about a quarter of the votes are in, Clinton is up 56-39 in percentage terms. There are 20 electoral college votes on offer here. So this is the second largest so-called swing state. Was it a swing state? What's going on? Why did anyone think Trump could win it? Let's go to Professor Nicola Gutgold, who is the author of the book, Madam President, 5 Women Who Paved the Way. She's a professor of communication arts and sciences at Penn State, Pennsylvania. And Nicola, we're delighted to have you with us. Thank you for joining us via Skype. Pennsylvania, of the top 5 or 6 swing states, is the only one so far in the Democrat camp. But was it ever really a swing state?
Well, you know, that's a good question. James Carville, who worked with the Clintons, very famously said that Pennsylvania is Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, and Alabama in the middle. But in fact, there are a lot, yes, I know, but there are a lot of third-class cities, like the one I'm in tonight, Allentown, Pennsylvania, Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, York, Pennsylvania, Scranton, Pennsylvania. These are third-class cities with enough urban population that would tell you that it's going to go Democratic. But it's never over until it's over, and Trump's been campaigning very hard in Pennsylvania, and so we'll find out.
This is fascinating. We were just having precisely the same conversation in Virginia, and that is the profound split, the divide. So you have urban liberals in Philly, of course, and Philly is just strong Democrat, right? But then you go outside those cities and you start to run into Republican territory, and he has been playing for that blue-collar white vote, hasn't he?
He has. He's made a number of trips to Scranton, Pennsylvania. As you might know, hometown favorite for Hillary Clinton, who spent many of her summers near Scranton, Pennsylvania. So Trump's been going very hard at what we call the coal region of Pennsylvania, where coal producing was very popular years ago, and many people have not rebounded economically since the heyday of coal. And so they are looking for someone to talk to them about how to improve the economy. And many people look to Donald Trump for that.
Nicola, you wrote Madam President, 5 Women Who Paved the Way. And when people talk about Hillary Clinton, even liberals, even lefties, even Democrats, you will often hear them being suspicious, almost cynical, mistrustful, distrustful. Why? And does she deserve that kind of response?
No, I don't think she deserves it. I don't think anyone deserves that. However, I think there still is a deep-seated suspicion about women in power in our country because we've never had a woman president. But I can tell you today, American women who support Hillary Clinton have very proudly worn their pantsuits to the voting poll, to the booths today, and have worn white to represent suffragists. And so I think there is a much greater feeling about her gender and a great sense of pride that has just emerged. We haven't seen a lot of it in the campaign, but we're starting to see it now.
Yeah, it's absolutely fascinating. Professor Nicola Gutgold, who is the author of Madam President, 5 Women Who Paved the Way, and Professor of Communication Arts and Sciences at Penn State in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania 58-38 to Clinton at the moment. By golly, in the context of the results we've been talking about, she certainly needs that state. It should be a Democrat state. It has been since 1992, but there is a big constituency of blue-collar whites in Pennsylvania. And the question was, how many of them would vote for Trump? Well, not enough, it seems, so far, touch wood, to overcome the liberals in the cities, Philadelphia in particular, who are supporting Clinton. Gosh, this is fascinating. The other swing states, Florida, Ohio, Michigan and North Carolina, all still with Trump by narrow margins. It's 10-4. Chances are, if you throw a dart in the sports bar, in the Fox Sports Bar in Auckland's Custom Street, you'll hit an American and a Democratic one to boot. It's where Democrats abroad are holding their election watch party. Our reporter Sharon Brett Kelly is there with. Who have you got with you, Sharon? And how are their nerves?
Oh, John, I've got Cindy Buell with me, and she is a passionate Democrat. And she's very nervous, aren't you, Cindy?
I am quite nervous with Trump leading in Florida, North Carolina, and Michigan. It's not looking good.
Why? Well, I mean, it's early days, isn't it?
Well, a lot of Florida has already been counted, but we're still waiting on the heavily Democratic county of Broward County. Hopefully that will help her get over the top in Florida, and she'll be able to take Florida.
Now, you've been here for 12 years,
yes.
So you count yourself as half New Zealand, half
yes.
American?
Kiwi Yankee.
Right, and you've got grandchildren here?
6 grandkids here. We had none when we came, and we've been here 12 years, and now we have our entire family here.
And a growing restaurant chain, but
yes.
But this still means a lot to you.
Oh, it means everything. Once an American, always an American.
How did you feel when you woke up this morning?
Oh, I have been nervous since the day Trump accepted the nomination, because he's really struck a chord. Basically, there's two sides of the same coin with Bernie and Trump. They've struck that chord of the people who don't feel like they're making their way in the country right now, that things are kind of against them, and it's very. I mean, we've got to do something to address that, but I don't think Trump is the answer.
If Clinton wins, and you're banking on it happening,
yes.
and hopefully a result will be in soon,
yes.
How do you think you'll feel? Because it's not really over then, is it?
No, it is. The hard work just begins. But hopefully we'll see a management style and a governing style that Hillary can bring to the White House, where she can actually work across the aisle and get some consensus with people of the other party.
People say it's caused a lot of division between families, between friends. Has it been like that for you?
It most certainly has. I have an aunt and a sister that I have blocked on Facebook just because I just can't stand to see the stuff they post every day. They don't know I haven't unfriended them. I've blocked them. And when the election is over, I'll go back and unblock them. Hopefully that's the end of it, but it has been very rancorous in all kinds of families.
Caused a lot of tension in your family,
yes.
But not your immediate family.
My immediate family is 100% Democrat all the way.
So, John, and I have to say, John, that not just Democrats here. Apparently there are some Trump imposters here as well. We've seen one man who's wearing a Trump cap claiming that he's a Trump follower, or maybe a Bernie Sanders. He's got me confused because he did say he'd rather vote for Bernie Sanders.
If they're all drinking together, that is a promising sign, Sharon, and America could do with more of that. It's 6 minutes to 4. Thank you, Sharon and Cindy, who is not having a great afternoon down at the Fox Sports Bar in Auckland. We're going to go to Ohio now, a key swing state. Democrat in 2012 and 2008 when Obama won, Republican in 2004 and 2000 when Bush won. 18 college votes there. Both candidates want them, of course. Both have campaigned hard to get them. Let's go to Katie Vogel, our friend Katie Vogel of the Cincinnati Enquirer. Katie was on the editorial team that decided the newspaper would endorse a Democratic candidate for the first time in a century. Katie, it's lovely to have you back on Checkpoint twice in the same week. Trump is clear. Trump is getting clear in Ohio, right?
Yes. Right now, Trump is up by 10 points in reported voting from precincts that are reporting right now. That excludes some key urban areas such as Cleveland and Columbus. But it really looks like this is probably going to go for Trump. We weren't surprised to see this happening. This is a state that is absolutely in the bank for Trump in terms of its demographics. It is more white, more working class, more male, and less educated than the rest of the country.
Right, so you're waiting for Cleveland to come in, and Cleveland, one would expect, particularly right in the centre there, would be Clinton, but it's not going to be enough, is it? And Katie, I'm just looking. There are 18 votes in Ohio. Florida looks like it's going to Trump. This is starting to paint a pretty grim picture for the Clinton camp early on in the swing states.
Once more, the Clinton campaign put a lot of money into Ohio. It had an incredibly sophisticated ground operation. Trump neither had the ground operation nor the financial resources in Ohio to begin with, and had a feud with the sitting governor of the state, as well as difficulties with the state party. So this is a repudiation of politics as usual in the United States, and specifically in Ohio.
And it's white, blue-collar voters? I mean, that's a bit glib. Obviously, people other than that are voting for Trump. But in Ohio, they're making the difference, right?
In Ohio, working-class white men are making the difference.
Katie Vogel, who is with the Cincinnati Enquirer, she was on the editorial board that made the courageous decision of saying we're backing a Democrat president for the first time in a century. The Cincinnati Enquirer had been a hardcore Republican newspaper. They went with Clinton because, as Katie said to us the other day, they did not think that Trump was fit to be president. It doesn't look like their state feels the same way. Votes are still being counted, but Trump is up 53-42 there. Let's go now to our reporter, Gemma Brackie-Bush, who's outside the Hilton Hotel in Midtown New York. That is, of course, where Trump is having his big night. And Gemma, lovely to talk to you again. Gemma, you've got Trump supporters with you.
Hi, John. I sure do. Yes, so we're based just 2 blocks down from the Hilton, actually. We're outside Fox News. There is a huge crowd of Trump supporters. Hillary Clinton headquarters is a few blocks over on the west side at a convention centre. New York is absolutely buzzing, but there's also a huge security presence. There's thousands of police officers everywhere. The sky is buzzing with helicopters. It's a pretty incredible place to be. So I'm joined by Matthew Sterling. He was a former Democrat supporter. He is now supporting Donald Trump. So thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
I
love New Zealand, wonderful people.
Are you surprised at how close the election is at the moment?
No, I'm not, because with the Democratic holds on certain big states such as New York, like we're in, California, Illinois, they're given a large amount of votes electoral college-wise off the bat. So for a Republican to win is very hard in any race, but for Donald Trump to be doing as well as he is right now, especially with key states, Ohio, Florida, possibly even Michigan, it's looking very promising that we may have a chance of a Trump presidency.
Why do you support Trump?
I support Trump for many reasons. One, because I'm tired of the many politicians that we've had in the past and the promises that they've given and nothing has happened. We have a gentleman who's had years of experience as an entrepreneur, as a businessman, as a developer, and we have a lot of infrastructure, things that are falling apart in this country. We need it fixed. We need to bring back jobs, manufacturing jobs, education needs to go up compared to the world because we're really down. So a lot of things need to be fixed, and he's telling it like it is, and we need a man who is not a politician, who's not being bought, to help America be great again.
Do you think it's a bit dangerous that he has no political experience?
I don't think so. I don't think you need political experience. Sometimes you just need to get the right people to assist you. You know, just like you're the head of a company, you're a CEO, and you need the people who are best advisors to help you and let you know what needs to be done. I think that's what Trump is going to do. He's going to find the best people, the best generals, the best past politicians to help him make the right decisions for America.
And what about the atmosphere tonight outside Fox News? I mean, has there been an election like this?
Never. And I say to myself, maybe the past election that has been this big is maybe 50 years ago, which was Kennedy and Nixon, but even that is not as high as this been, especially now that we have social media, the internet, YouTube. It's just been tremendous, as Mr. Trump would say.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. We're going to make America great again.
Back to you, John.
Thanks very much indeed, Gemma Brackie-Bush, outside Fox TV in New York, not far from where Trump is going to have his big night. We've got some projections coming up from the New York Times. I'll bring them to you after 3 o'clock, but here's Katrina Batten with RNZ News.
RNZ News at 4. Kia ora, good afternoon. Ko Katrina Batten tēnei.
The Republican Donald Trump is clinging to a narrow advantage over Hillary Clinton in the United States presidential election, with slight leads in the vital battleground states of Florida, North Carolina, Virginia and Ohio. With voting completed in more than 2/3 of the 50 US states, the race is still too close to call. Here's Tim Graham with the latest.
Both candidates are picking up the states they were expected to win, but in the swing states the voting is close. In Florida, Mr. Trump has a 1-point advantage over Mrs. Clinton with 94% of the votes counted. In Ohio, he's ahead by 8 points with 2/3 of votes counted. He also has a lead in 2 other swing states, North Carolina and Virginia. The Mexican peso has fallen by 9% because of concerns that Mr. Trump, who's pledged to build a wall between the two countries, will win. Also at stake in the election is the Congress, where Republicans have retained control of the House of Representatives and have lost just 1 seat so far in the Senate. This is Tim Graham.
Hillary Clinton has won her home state of New York. Speaking from her campaign party, our correspondent Kevin McAleese told Checkpoint about the moment.
We had jubilant scenes here when they called New York Hillary's hometown and Donald Trump, but it went for the Democratic candidate. The crowd erupted, but I've got to tell you, it's gone a little bit flat since then, because what we're hearing is that Trump is pulling ahead in Florida, that key state.
Kevin McAleese at Hillary Clinton's campaign function. It's a different story at Donald Trump's campaign party in New York. CNN's John Mann is there.
The mood is getting better, I can tell you. That when we first arrived, it seemed like a remarkably small room for a victory celebration in the U.S. presidential campaign, and there still aren't that many people here. But the people who are here, you can feel the buzz change.
CNN's John Mann. North Carolina has extended voting times in several precincts after it had problems with its electronic voting system. With Mr. Trump narrowly in front in the state, voters explained why they made their choices.
Though I view Trump as unwise, foolish, silly, a bit of a megalomaniac, I consider what his platform is. I can go with that.
I understand that there are a lot of issues surrounding her, and I wish they weren't there. So I'm enthusiastic about the Democrats having some gains in North Carolina.
Polling experts say there are strong signals of a very high turnout among Hispanic voters, which is expected to favour Hillary Clinton. Our Washington correspondent Harry Horton reports.
We're seeing turnout or evidence of turnout among Hispanic voters to be at record levels. And we think that's in part because of the tone of Donald Trump's candidacy, his particularly inflammatory comments about Mexicans, his promise to build a wall between the United States and Mexico, we think has driven Hispanic voters to the polls in record numbers. But a lot of those voters have never voted before, so they won't show up in polling data when you poll likely voters.
The Los Angeles police say a man believed to be responsible for a fatal shooting near a polling station in California has been found dead. The gunman shot 1 person dead and 2 more were critically injured during the shooting at a house in Azusa near Los Angeles. The incident began just after 2 p.m. local time, with reports of shots being fired directly opposite a polling station. Hospice New Zealand is warning people may choose to end their lives rather than being a burden to their families if voluntary euthanasia is legalised. The Health Select Committee is hearing 1,800 personal submissions on whether legalisation is needed to allow medically assisted dying for terminal illness and unbearable suffering. Hospice New Zealand's Mary Schumacher has told MPs the move could result in the most vulnerable feeling pressured into ending their lives so as not to be a burden on their families, friends or the health system.
We see people at the most intense times of their lives and they really are under great pressure. We know that patients feel they can be a burden. We see wonderful love and care, but we also see dysfunction in families and whānau, and we know that some will be or may be coerced.
Mary Schumacher says it would be wiser for the government to invest more in palliative care services. 1 person has died after a crash between 2 cars on State Highway 3 near Puopio in King Country. 2 other people have been injured. The road is closed between Hunt Road and Moore Street and detours are in place. That's the news.
Are you in fashion?
The fashion industry supply chain from like seed to retail floor is so complex that it's basically impossible for a brand or a consumer to be absolutely perfect. People who are interested in the fashion industry and where the fashion industry are going are actively trying to buy less.
My heels are killing me. On our podcast page and today on nights at 8:30 with Brian Crump on RNZ National.
Met service weather through to midnight tomorrow. Northland, Auckland, Waikato, Coromandel Peninsula, Bay of Plenty and Taupo. Fine today. Cloudy periods tomorrow. Waitomo Taranaki, Taumaranui, Taihape. Fine at first, becoming cloudy this evening with patchy drizzle. For Gisborne and Hawke's Bay, mainly fine, isolated showers tomorrow afternoon. Whanganui to Wellington, cloud increasing this evening and overnight and periods of rain developing. Wairarapa, Nelson, Marlborough and North Canterbury, areas of high cloud today with a few showers, occasional rain developing tomorrow morning. Otago and the remainder of Canterbury, fine spells, a few showers in the east today. Southwestland, Southland and Fiordland, mostly fine, however a few showers in the south clearing in the morning. Bulla and the remainder of Westland, rain with heavy falls and isolated thunderstorms clearing from the south this afternoon or evening. Rain returning north of Hokitika tomorrow morning. The Chatham Islands, showers developing this evening, clearing tomorrow morning. And now the Met Service mountain forecast up until tomorrow midnight. The North Island for Raukumara to Kaimanawa Forest Parks, mainly fine, isolated showers in the afternoons and evenings. For the rest of the North Island, becoming cloudy this evening with periods of rain or drizzle developing. The winds westerlies, gale in exposed places, the freezing level about 3,200 metres. To the South Island for the Kaikoura Ranges, cloudy periods today with a few showers possible, occasional rain developing tomorrow morning. Kahurangi and Nelson Lakes National Parks, also the Southern Alps, north of about Arthur's Pass. A period of heavy rain and thunderstorms today, rain returning tomorrow morning. The Southern Alps south of Arthur's Pass and Fiordland, mainly fine, but a few light showers about southern Fiordland. The winds northwesterlies, gale in exposed places north of Arthur's Pass. The freezing level about 3,000 metres, sloping to 1,500 metres in the south. Those are all the forecasts. It is 4:07. I'll be back at 5 with more headlines.
Thank you very much indeed, Katrina Batten. The New York Times, which has done sterling work, of course, covering this election campaign, has a swinging needle forecast. Now, when we first started looking at it about an hour and a half ago, it had Clinton at about 320, sometimes as high as 330 seats. Remember, there are 538, first to 270 wins it. Obviously 270 takes it, and it has in the past, in 2000 for example, been so close, 271 to 266. Bush beat Gore by. Well, in the last 10 or 15 minutes it has changed entirely, and they're now forecasting a Trump victory. Now, of course, this is a movable feast, as we've seen throughout the afternoon. They started strong for Clinton, they are now just for Trump. It wavers around at the moment, but at the moment they're estimating somewhere in the region of 270 to 280 votes for Trump. Earlier in the day, it was 320 votes for Clinton that it reached. 270 takes it. This is a fascinating election, and there is no state more fascinating than Florida. It is a swing state. In 2012 and 8, it voted Democrat. In 2004 and 2000, it voted Republican, and it gave the election to Bush in 2000, so controversially, of course. Let's go to Steve Mort, who was in Miami, Florida. Steve, Miami went strongly for the Democrats, but much of the rest of Florida hasn't, right?
Yes, that's right. If you look at the map, you'll see those areas of blue down on the southeast of the state, around Miami, Fort Lauderdale, Palm Beach, the big population center. Around 6 million people live along that strip of land along the Atlantic Ocean, and that area is reliably Democratic, and we've been seeing Hillary Clinton performing well there. Also in the Central Belt, the urban corridor around Orlando and Tampa, Hillary Clinton has been doing well as well. But what we've seen is a huge turnout, apparently, for Donald Trump in the more rural, whiter, working class areas of Florida. You know, we've been talking a lot leading up to this evening about a very high turnout amongst Latino voters that tend to be a pretty reliable Democratic constituency, particularly the Puerto Rican community, which has grown substantially since 2012 here in Florida. But what Donald Trump has really managed to do this election which Republicans or Democrats had failed to do in previous years, is get out a whole group of voters that just haven't been going to the polls before. And those were those low-income, low-educated voters that generally tended to sit out elections. And a lot of them apparently in the rural, working-class parts of Florida have been turning out in large numbers. And we've been seeing the numbers tick up for Donald Trump as the evening progresses. But it's still too close to call at this point, within about a percentage point here in Florida. That's a very small number of votes out of a state this large.
It sure is.
We're going to have to wait. It could be several hours to go before we find out what's happened here.
Steve, it hasn't been called, has it? So at the moment, there is about just over 1% in it, and CNN have been reporting that some heavy Democrat areas have yet to report. And if we go back to 2000, we remember that Bush won by, 530 votes or something. I mean, this is just extraordinary how tight this state is. But there was talk. You talk about blue collar, you talk about low-income whites being really galvanized by Trump. And also there is old retired money in that state, big Trump supporters there. But there was a lot of talk about the Latino vote and that would be enough for Clinton. It is fascinating that at the moment it is not swinging it for her.
You know, one thing that people did not say after Mitt Romney lost to President Obama in 2012 was, you know, the Republicans really need to get more white voters in the future. They need to tap into the increasingly diverse nature of the United States, because in order to win states like Florida, which are incredibly diverse, you're going to have to do better with minorities. And of course, what we've seen Donald Trump do throughout this election is basically tip, or snub his nose, should we say, at the rule book. And apparently that seems to have come to fruition once again. We don't know what the result is going to be in Florida, but certainly in other states we've been seeing an impressive showing from Donald Trump, particularly in Wisconsin and Michigan. Many political strategists couldn't quite understand what Donald Trump was doing, spending so long campaigning in those states, which have been pretty much in the Democratic column in recent times. But apparently Donald Trump knew something that all the pollsters and the pundits didn't know, which was that there was a large constituency out there that was willing to go to bat for his rather unorthodox political message. And that could be something that translates here in Florida as well, and possibly North Carolina. So, you know, it's going to come down to Florida, it's going to come down to Virginia, and those states that really have large rural populations that, nobody really expected Donald Trump could get to the polls in large numbers, except Donald Trump himself. So, whether or not that comes to fruition, we'll just have to see it in a couple of hours' time.
Steve Mort live from Florida. Thank you so much. Steve Mort in Miami, which went strongly for the Democrats, but much of the rest of the state has gone Trump. Steve talked about Michigan. I'd lost Michigan and it slipped off my radar. Michigan is actually a pretty safe Democrat state. In fact, it's voted Democrat since 1992. There are 16 votes in the Electoral College on offer there. Remember, there are 538 votes in the Electoral College, so you need 270 to be president. There are 16 in Michigan. It is the fourth biggest of what is conventionally identified as the swing states, even though this has been a Democrat state since 1992. Now, it is early days, and small polling booths return, as we know, in New Zealand sooner than the big ones in urban areas. But Trump is out by a narrow margin in Michigan. That may not hold. Way too early to predict anything there because the big urban centres haven't yet come in. But it is fascinating. As Steve Mort said, Trump clearly knew something about Michigan that everyone else had missed, although it was identified as a swing state, but it has been a Democrat state since 1992. So too Pennsylvania. We will go there shortly, where Clinton is doing better. By golly, this is tight. And it is fascinating, and we will stay on air until we've got a president, although that's a fairly bold claim, given that in 2000 they ended up in the Supreme Court. Some will have to bring pizza in. Right, the time on Checkpoint is 4:14. Thank you for being with us on RNZ. Hillary Clinton has spent almost 25 years at the top level of American politics. After spending 8 years as First Lady, her own presidential ambitions became clear. Nick Harper looks back on her rocky road to try and get her to the White House.
the moment Hillary Clinton made history in June.
Thanks to you, we've reached a milestone. The first time in our nation's history that a woman will be a major party's nominee.
And now she's hoping to go even further by becoming America's first female president. Mark Feldstein is a professor at the University of Maryland.
Hillary Clinton is one of the most resilient political figures in modern American history. She has, unlike any female figure in American politics, risen from First Lady to the Senate to Secretary of State, and is probably the most qualified presidential nominee in modern American history.
I'm Hillary Clinton, and I approve this message.
Her church taught her to do all the good you can, for all the people you can, for as long as you can.
A strong interest in politics from a young age, Hillary Clinton developed her passion at Yale University, where she would meet fellow law student and future husband Bill Clinton, and setting her on a path for a life of public service.
After law school, she could have gone to a big firm, but instead went to work for the Children's Defense Fund.
After leaving the White House, the Clintons moved to Chappaqua, a few miles outside New York City. They've called it home for the last 16 years, during which time Hillary has served 8 years as a New York State Senator, dealing with 9/11 and its aftermath, and campaigning for help for the victims. With its diverse, liberal population, New York City is a stronghold for Hillary. In 2012, President Obama got more than 81% of New Yorkers' votes, the highest percentage in the city's history. This election, Hillary may even have an added advantage. This is a city that has an intimate relationship with the Democrat candidate. However, like Donald Trump, Hillary Clinton is a divisive character. Polling shows she struggles with a poor favourability rating and is not universally liked. As author of the book Hillary Clinton on the Couch, Alma Bond explains.
Her warmth and her love for humanity doesn't always come through. For instance, I shouldn't have to even be telling you this. You should be able to know, like JFK, when he spoke, his warmth was obvious, anybody listening, and Roosevelt. Hillary, you don't know Hillary.
And then there's her trust issue. She's drawn criticism, most recently over her use of a personal email while serving as US Secretary of State, and questions about whether she used that public position for personal gain, offering influential access in return for donations to the Clinton Foundation. Sabrina Schaefer from the conservative think tank The Independent Women's Forum isn't a fan of Clinton.
I applaud any woman who has succeeded and has gone as far as she has. But I'm a mom. I have 2 daughters and a son. And when I think about who should be their role model, why would I look to this woman who really is sort of enshrined in all sorts of scandal as sort of the icon? I think there's many better people for them to look up to.
However, Marshall Brown, a campaigner for Hillary Clinton's failed White House bid in 2008 and a chef at Washington, D.C. institution, says he's ready to back her once again.
I've seen the first African-American become president, and now God has blessed me to see the first female to become president. And she's just not a female becoming president, she's a Clinton, who has a long, deep history, particularly with African Americans, but I think with Americans, period.
If you will stand with me, I truly believe America's best years are still ahead of us. So let's go out and make that come true.
To make that come true, it would be handy for her to win Florida. John King from CNN is just crunching the votes in Florida. Now, we're going to join them.
Somewhere you need a lot. And we're up to 99% here. So there are no more big, giant, empty baskets.
So almost all of those 3 counties, heavily Democratic, they are almost all in.
They are almost all in. And so now you're going through, again, now you're calling, I hate to say this, but now is when you're calling in, is there anything outstanding? This is at 100%. You've come in there. Let's come up here, other places, tiny, much more small counties, but they're at 100%. So the issue now at the Clinton campaign headquarters when it comes to Florida, number one, what's left in any of these small counties? And if the math continues this way, is there anything, you're nowhere near automatic recount land.
Let's
so the question is,
let's go back to Michigan and Wisconsin, see what's happening right now. First of all, in Michigan.
49 to 48. 50, if you want to round that up to 45, 50 to 45 if you round that up. Again, so you're looking, just go back in time. There's not much of a surprise up here. Marquette, we'll see where the vote comes in. Let's go back and check. Let's see where we are right now. 50 to 43. 56. See, you're seeing, just as I was showing you in Wisconsin, you find every now and then you find that one big county, moderate-sized county. It's not huge, but in a close race, you flip a county like that from past races, you're talking about a chunk of votes that matter. Now let's come down here. This race is going to be decided down here. Oakland County, she's leading, but again, if the final third comes in at that, you're going to make up some votes, but not a lot, and this is what we're waiting for. We're only at 16% in Wayne County, and this has to be not only the margin. If it's this close, 51 to 43, let's just go back in time and look at that. There's no way. If that stays that close, and we're waiting for inner-city Detroit. If inner-city Detroit comes in and blows that away, but if you look at this 73 to 26, if Donald Trump, at the end of the night, is getting over 40% of the vote in Wayne County, well then, that's a tough night for Democrats in the state of Michigan. So we got to wait. We're only at 16%. Those votes could be coming from out here, down here, more Republican areas. But this is a question of one. She better turn that.
So that's CNN. We went across because John King was crunching the votes in Florida. When we got there, he moved across to Michigan. What he was basically saying was, because CNN have been talking throughout the afternoon of how the big urban centres, the central cities, which are strongly pro-Clinton in Florida, were going to come in late. He's basically saying they're there. And the outstanding votes may not now be enough to get Florida for Clinton. At the moment, Trump is ahead by just over 1% in Florida. This is a state that is notoriously tight as tight as 500 votes in the 2000 election, and it gave the campaign, it gave the presidency to Bush at that time. So Florida is crucial. Trump needs it more than Clinton. Trump really needs it. There are 29 votes there. Pennsylvania, we're going to go to soon. There are 20 votes. Ohio, Clinton is behind there, 18 votes. Michigan, Clinton is struggling there, although it is early days, as John King was saying, 16 votes. It's not a great afternoon so far in those swing states. Stay with us. It's 4:22. You are with Checkpoint on RNZ National. Thank you for joining us on our US election special. Stick with us. As America decides who their next president will be, we are going to stay on air until America has determined whether it will be Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump. If you're listening to us on the radio, welcome as always. We're also streaming online on rnz.co.nz. We are live on Facebook, where you can watch us, and on YouTube, and you can also watch us on Freeview Channel 50. However you are joining us, we'd love your feedback. You can text us on 2101. You can tweet us at Checkpoint RNZ. We are on Facebook, of course, and our email address, as always, is checkpoint@radionz.co.nz. We will be sharing your feedback throughout the show. We are getting quite a lot of feedback, and most of it is fairly bummed out, it has to be said, to use a technical term to describe the feedback. Thank you for being in touch with you. People are starting to discuss what they might begin drinking. It is fair to say that New Zealand, certainly from the feedback we're getting, wouldn't have been giving quite as many votes to Donald Trump. The New York Times now has Donald Trump at 280. Remember, he needs 270, but this changes, this fluctuates wildly. And this is why CNN, who was caught out a couple of elections ago, ain't calling anything yet. You would have to be... you would have had to have had some of the drinks that you're all talking about to be calling anything at this stage. But Clinton started very strongly in Florida. She has not finished as strongly in Florida. And as we said, those other swing states aren't going Clinton's way so far. It's 4:24. Thank you for being with us on RNZ. Back to our group of American voters now. And it's been an ugly election campaign marred by bitterness, vitriol, unpleasantness, name-calling, which will be remembered for that mudslinging, threats of legal action and scandal. Our reporter Jim Brackenbush asked Bert Gildersleeve, Christine Kilpatrick, the Chamberlain family, John Robertson and Mark Farnham to describe the campaign so far.
What can you say? It's a circus. It's the greatest show on earth. It is, isn't it? What does the rest of the world think? I must ask you that question.
Painful. The election has been painful to watch. I think it's brought out the worst in humanity. I think that the American people need to get off their knees and stand up and do something about what's happening in this country.
Chaotic, stressful, enough, had enough, can't wait for it to be over.
It's simply amazing that Hillary Clinton is even allowed to run for president when she's under 2 federal investigations for the crime and things that she's done.
Chaos, you know, it's a bit of never seen anything like it. It's you know, it's normally not so complicated, and normally don't have 2 people that everybody hates. So it's, you know, everybody's picking the better of the worst, you know, the least worst person, if that makes sense, you know.
Divisive. Like I see a lot of Facebook posts about people really angry at each other, and that it's a lot less about policy and more about like the character of the candidates. So it seems to be less about the substance.
So that is a sample of voters. Let's go to Ohio. CNN are calling it for Trump.
College map to see where it stands now. Big win for Donald Trump in the state of Ohio. Right now, he is ahead of Hillary Clinton. He has 167 electoral votes compared to Hillary Clinton's 109 electoral votes. You need 270 to win the White House. Donald Trump is ahead of Hillary Clinton right now. Jake and Dana. Jake, this is a big win. He needed Ohio. He got Ohio.
Iowa and Ohio always looked like the first states of the Obama states that Donald Trump would be able to pick off. But I didn't know, based on polling and based on how Democrats talked about Ohio and how Hillary Clinton campaigned there. Remember, it was just a few nights ago she was there with Beyonce and Jay-Z campaigning. I didn't know it was going to be so early that we're going to be able to call Ohio for Donald Trump. I always thought it was going to fall into his side of the aisle. It is remarkable what we're seeing here, not just Ohio, but all over the country. In Philadelphia, I was just looking, the returns coming in. Hillary Clinton with 81% of the vote in Philadelphia as of right now. That is not really all that good for Philadelphia. She should be doing much, much better in the city of Philadelphia. The margins where she really needs to be driving up the vote for a very strong Democratic performance in those counties, she's not getting that.
Dana, a lot of stunned Democrats out there right now.
That's right, and let's just focus.
We're going to pull out there because CNN have called it Ohio for Trump. That is 18 votes. The Democrats held it in 2012, 2008. The Republicans held it in 2004 and 2000. It is a true swing state, a reliable predictor of which way the presidency will go. Of course, that is historical. Who knows what's going to happen in the rest of the afternoon? But Trump needed Ohio, and he has it. It's 28 minutes past 4. We're going to go back to our reporter, Sharon Brett Kelly, who's moved uptown slightly in Auckland and has found another group of Americans, this time at Auckland's Empire Tavern. The American Chamber of Commerce, a business organisation involved in US-New Zealand trade and investment, is holding its election function there in conjunction with the US consulate. Sharon, it sounds noisy. I don't know if you can hear me, but what is the mood like there?
John, I can sort of hear you, and you pretty much spelled it out. It's hard to tell, I have to say, but I did speak to one woman, Mary from Ancham, as we were coming in. She's a Democrat. She's not happy. She says there's about 80-20 split here, so about 80% of the people here are New Zealanders. The other 20% are Americans. She says they're all Democrats, or most of them are Democrats as far as she knows, and they are feeling incredibly nervous right now. She said she was hoping for things to be much more clear-cut, and she says she's actually not in touch with her family because they're all Republican voters, but she's got a son who lives in New York, and he's a Democrat. She says she might just have to call him back, but she's not having any kind of contact at the moment with her family in the States. What else can I tell you? I can tell you that it's very loud in here. It's hard to say how people are feeling, but I guess they're just mixing and mingling and hoping for the best.
Sharon Brett Kelly live from a group of people drinking. the Empire Hotel in downtown Auckland, it's nice to see people drinking together, particularly if they support different parties. Sharon said that one woman there wasn't speaking to her relatives who were voting Trump. Well, there must be quite a few of them, because the New York Times now has Trump at 280 seats. This is this needle that spins around like a goldfish in a small bowl. It is not reliable, although it is based on a direct apples with apples comparison of the same polling stations, the same counties, election on election. And so it started strongly for Clinton early on. She was as high as 320 seats. Of course, they need 270 to become president. It now has Trump, as I speak, at 288. Boy, it is a fascinating day. Is Donald Trump going to become president? Too early to say yet, but the swing states are heading in his direction. When he joined the race in 2015, June, he entered a crowded Republican field and was given little chance of success as the Washington outsider, real estate mogul, television personality. The experts all wrote him off. His own party wrote him off. He emerged as a divisive and combative nominee. William Denslow has this report.
We don't win anymore. We're going to start winning in January, believe me.
Few thought his political campaign would come this far. From one of his branded New York skyscrapers, Donald Trump announced last June he was running for president.
And we are going to make our country great again.
A little over a year later, he accepted the Republican presidential nomination. Before addressing his party's national convention in Cleveland, Ohio, a video played officially introducing delegates to Donald Trump.
His father was a builder and was the greatest influence in young Donald's life.
Growing up in Queens, New York, Donald Trump soon got into the family business and began building his real estate empire. Former White House advisor Peter Emerson says Trump has used this to try and entice voters.
So he's both inspirational and aspirational. He points out that our infrastructure is decaying, and then he inspires us to think that he alone, the builder, even if he's not, can make it better.
In New York City, the Trump brand is hard to miss, but it extends to more than just property. Over the years, he's put his name to a number of products, ranging from casinos to steaks. And his business dealings have been both a help and a hindrance on the campaign trail. A civil trial is still hanging over Trump after students at his university claim they were defrauded. And his rivals have repeatedly questioned his wealth and call for him to release his taxes.
Almost all of my businesses work. I make businesses work. Even when I build in the middle of a depression, I make it work.
The television show The Apprentice helped make Donald Trump a household name around the world.
And who will be the apprentice?
And media and communications professor at New York University, Salvatore J. Thalacker, says his image as a no-nonsense boss has played a role throughout his campaigning.
With a celebrity, you don't have the normal policy checks and balances. You have and he's an image that people can see whatever they want to see in it.
We will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again.
And analysts say the Donald Trump brand is unlikely to diminish, regardless of whether he wins the race to the White House. For Checkpoint, I'm William Denslow in New York.
You are with Checkpoint on RNZ National. Thank you for joining us on our US election special. Stick with us. As America decides who their next president will be, we are going to stay on air until America has determined whether it will be Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump. If you're listening to us on the radio, welcome as always. We're also streaming online on rnz.co.nz. We are live on Facebook, where you can watch us, and on YouTube, and you can also watch us on Freeview Channel 50. However you are joining us, we'd love your feedback. You can text us on 2101. You can tweet us at Checkpoint RNZ. We are on Facebook, of course, and our email address, as always, is checkpoint@radionz.co.nz. We will be sharing your feedback throughout the show. Your feedback so far is a sort of collective sigh, really. 25.5 to 5. Thank you for being with us, whatever you think of the proceedings. We are enjoying your company and your feedback. Ohio CNN called it just before we heard them do that. We took CNN live, 18 votes there. It was held by the Democrats. How important is Ohio? Well, this is historical, obviously. This isn't axiomatically a predictor, but Ohio has picked the president the last 13 elections in a row. The last 13 elections in a row where Ohio has gone, the US has gone, Ohio has gone Trump. That will make some of these people happy. We've got a group, a representative sample of American voters, and we've been hearing from them throughout the afternoon Vox Pop. Some of them very pro-Trump, some of them don't like him at all, polarized like the country itself is. We asked them what sort of president Donald Trump would be.
Change, there's, I think what's surfaced over the past 6 months or so is a whole bunch of corrupt politicians, and it's time for change. I think he represents change, so I think that's a good thing.
I think Donald Trump would be the kind of president that fosters hate. He thrives on people's prejudice and fears. That's the kind of president I think Donald Trump will make.
I feel like he's not going to be a compassionate president. So just kind of going off what he says about like minorities and all that kind of stuff, that's maybe the one thing that I think there's a lot of different aspects of like what kind of president someone would be, but the thing that jumps out to me the most is maybe that he wouldn't be like compassionate.
I think he'd be an excellent president, and I think it would be a change for the public that would be probably the greatest thing that's happened in the last 30 years. He's for the people, by the people, and
Of the people.
And of the people. It wouldn't be the politics as usual, and I think he would make America great again, as he professes.
Well, he makes claims about bringing business back into the White House, so that he's a pragmatic, practical businessman, and that's his approach to making better deals, making America great again. These are the statements. I don't really accept those statements as anything to do with fact.
So that's Vox Pops about what our representative sample of American voters thinks of Donald Trump and how he would be as president. I said the feedback was a collective sigh. Laurie Fleming's been in touch saying not sighing, John weeping. Goodness gracious me. Laurie and everyone who was in touch with us despairing about the fact it is going so well for Trump thus far. I need to tell you that in the swing states of Pennsylvania and Colorado, Clinton is in front. So there are 2 states to take some heart and cheer from. Speaking of Clinton, let's go to her HQ in New York. We are delighted to have joining us live Richard Roth from CNN. Richard, thank you for being part of our coverage here in New Zealand. I was thinking to myself the Clinton HQ might be a fun place to be tonight. Just at the moment, I suspect it is not fun at all, right?
That's right. The mood kind of changed in a big way. They have brought in supporters, fans, Clintonites, a lot of young people who have been somewhat trained in when to yell and what to yell. Big roar when networks projected Hillary Clinton to win Virginia. But the trend is not good for her. And right now, the governor of New York State is talking about the wonders of Hillary Clinton. But this place, I wouldn't say it would get ugly, but if the trend continues, there's not going to be a very happy big hall here filled with Clinton supporters.
Richard, it's really interesting. Donald Trump has been talking about Brexit. And it feels a little bit like Brexit because I don't think the polls had prepared the establishment for this, the Democrat/Clinton camp for this, the media for this, the world for this. Trump is doing better than people thought, right?
I completely agree. And once again, we had exit polls, presumably surveys taken of people who had just voted. And I think I saw one tally which said 71% of the people had an unfavorable view of Donald Trump. The Trump supporters are the type of people who do not like the media at all, who don't want to answer pollster phone calls, may be harder to reach. They're more in rural locations. And like Brexit, it looks like the same shock, even though the polls had the candidates only separated by 2 or 3 points. So if it continues like this, people I know are going to wake up in New York tomorrow with a splitting headache full of shock. But once again, you could probably have foreseen it possibly coming. Donald Trump, should he win this, will pull off a stunning accomplishment. We're here in the media capital of the world. It was vicious against Donald Trump. I mean, maybe the people who run New York and Washington, the type that Trump hates, so supporters hate, you start believing it, like Hillary has to win. You see Beyonce, you see Jay-Z, you see the big concerts, you see President Obama, while Trump is almost saying in one interview today, like, look, if I lose, it'd be a big waste of time.
Richard, I know you've got to go back to CNN because you are in the pole position there with Hillary Clinton's HQ, and we're so grateful for your time. You are a highly experienced CNN reporter. You have done a lot of this stuff, and you have looked at America personally and professionally for many years. You talk about people waking up with a headache. Whoever wins, how do you resolve the kind of split, the kind of enmity, the kind of visceral anger that the two sides have felt towards each other during this campaign? Can either president do that?
It may make the Bush-Gore 2000 year dispute for weeks look quite tame. I think if Donald Trump does win, and if he continues his type of rhetoric and whatever his policies are that he matched the building of the wall, the deportation of immigrants, and other unpredictable acts, I think you're going to see large-scale demonstrations in the cities that we didn't see before. Would that have happened with Hillary winning? Maybe, but I think there's a lot of Clinton fatigue, which I think also contributed to this. And don't forget those emails.
I'm looking behind you, Richard, that extraordinary shot that we can see. Everyone in the room behind you has their head down looking at their phones. So they are waiting, they are looking for the results, they are probably actually looking at CNN, I suspect, for the latest results. What are the states they're clinging to now? What can save the Democrats?
Yeah. They're clinging to hopefully getting a victory, which doesn't look like it, in Florida, massive swing state, 29 votes. They thought they probably had Michigan, even though candidate aides are saying from the Hillary campaign, oh, we thought we would lose Ohio. They did. They won New Mexico. Huge cheer here when they won Virginia. The math does not look good. In North Carolina, she's losing. Earlier in the evening, there was more hope because she was leading in Florida. It was very early, and even North Carolina. Whether they're doing it on purpose, they have all these politicians speaking, and the room is not getting the latest updates on a big TV screen. So, I don't know. These people who support Hillary are talking as if she's won and we're winning and how she accomplished it and breaking the glass ceiling. The building we're in, this Javits Center for conventions, full of glass ceilings. I'm now finding it hard to believe if she loses what she's going to say when she comes out here.
Yeah.
It's going to be, I think it's a big shock, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's an extraordinary shock. Richard Roth with CNN, who kindly left the CNN coverage to join us. Thank you, Richard. We so appreciate it. Richard Roth is at Clinton HQ in New York. Yes, what will she say if she does lose? Now, there is nothing worse than calling an election too early. So we do want to say absolutely no one is calling this for Trump yet. No one is seriously calling it for Trump. But there are those key swing states. Richard talked about North Carolina. I wasn't that persuaded that North Carolina was a swing state. There's 15 votes there. It votes Republican. It went Democrat in 2008. But prior to that, it was a pretty reliable Republican state. It's going Republican again. It's the interesting case of the reliable weather vane states like Ohio. The last 13 times Ohio's got it right, Ohio has just gone Trump, formally declared by CNN. Obviously, they don't decide, but the lead was so big that on the face of it, it looks like Trump. Let's go to the Texas Tribune in Austin, Texas, where Aman, are you there?
I am, yes.
Oh, sorry, I had no idea whether we had you. Aman, you're with the Texas Tribune in Austin, Texas. It's so lovely to have you with us. Sorry, I wasn't quite sure we had contact. Can you Texas is Republican, right? Has it gone more? I haven't looked at Texas at all tonight. Has it gone more strongly Republican than it went in 2012? How's it shaping?
Actually, no. Right now, Trump is all the forecasters have called Texas for Trump, as was widely expected. But Trump is leading right now just by about 6 points, 6 or 7 points, not even, about 6 points, which, if that holds, will be the smallest margin for a Republican presidential candidate in 20 years in Texas.
Gosh, that's really interesting, isn't it? What's been that? I'm just looking for my own notes. Texas has 28%, I think, Latino voters, right? And if the wall was going to be built, it would be built at the... Yeah, right. So obviously they've turned against Trump.
Yes, absolutely. There's been a strong anti-Trump wave among Latino voters in Texas, and also Clinton has ties to the state, and especially the Latino voters in the state. So that's helped her quite a bit. But it wasn't never really expected that she was going to turn the state blue. But there was a feeling that she could make her and Trump on the other side could make this state as close as it's been in a long time, and that seems to be what's happening.
Iman, is it glib to say that Latino/Hispanic voters axiomatically are rejecting Trump? I mean, a lot of this community is Catholic. Trump was explicitly, overtly and loudly pro-life, Clinton pro-choice. Are there other factors determining this vote, or has Clinton cleaned up in the Latino communities?
Latinos until now have been called a sleeping giant in Texas because they have enough numbers that they could significantly move the state to the left, but haven't come out to vote. It feels like, everyone I've talked to and voters I've talked to, it feels like you were seeing longer lines in Latino communities. You're also seeing it in white communities. So it was kind of everyone was galvanized. I think Republicans were galvanized at the thought of Texas possibly backing Clinton, and Latinos were galvanized against Trump. So both sides were galvanized, which just made the race closer than it has been in this state in a very long time.
We so appreciate your time, Iman. Thank you so much. Iman is from the Texas Tribune in Austin, Texas. Isn't that interesting? So Austin is safe Republican, but the gap has closed. This is a contrary, confusing and bewildering election night so far. So in a safe Republican state, the gap has closed between Clinton and Trump. Clinton doing better there than Obama did in 2012. But not enough to give Texas to the Democrats. You are with Checkpoint. It is coming up to 13 minutes to 5. Thank you for being with us. Imre Spicer is a senior market strategist at Westpac. He joins us on the phone from Auckland now. Thank you for being with us. You were on Morning Report this morning, weren't you? Were you on Morning? Was it this morning or yesterday morning? Everything's concertinaing now.
Yeah, no, it was this morning, and it was a completely different story then.
But wasn't it just? A day is a long time in American politics, right?
Yeah. Things really turned around at about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So right up to that point, markets were shaping up to say it looks like Clinton's going to take the job. But then a sudden turnaround, some new results poured in, and markets went bananas and are still in that mode. So overall, they're taking a risk-averse posture. That means share markets are falling. Risky currencies are falling, safe haven treasury yields are falling. Kiwi dollar's fallen a bit, but it hasn't actually done too badly. The Aussie's taken a much bigger hit. But the one to watch, to give you the best indication of all, is the Mexican peso currency. And against the US dollar, it has weakened to a record low level.
Roughly what sort of percentage has it fallen?
It's last time I looked, it was 13%, and it's done more than that now. So
13% in a day. Well, actually, in a few hours.
Correct. Yeah, it's pretty rare to see something of that magnitude and turnaround.
I can't recall the currency falling. The pound didn't fall that far after Brexit, did it? Did it go 13%? I don't think it went.
No, that's correct. So yes, so far in many instruments it looks like the magnitude of response is bigger than Brexit, and we would have expected so. The implications down the line are much bigger for the globe than they were. Brexit was sort of contained to things going on in the UK and European economies. this has implications for pretty much everybody.
Yes, one has to be careful at times like this not to use too broad a brush and not to be glib and insult people with generalizations. But it was extraordinary to see Fortune 100 CEO after Fortune 100 CEO come out and speak in contemptuous and derisory, disdainful fashion about Donald Trump. It was extraordinary to see Clinton getting the backing of Wall Street. It was extraordinary to see the global markets opting for Clinton ahead of Trump. What is the biggest concern? If you grab one of these fellows by the scruff of the neck and say, why is it you dislike Trump so much, what would they say?
I think it's just the uncertainty on what sort of policies they will be pushing. When you're an unknown quantity and anything goes, particularly when you've got a control of a Senate and a House, then, I guess there's a fear that it could lead to some fairly unpalatable situations. So I guess the fear of the unknown is probably the catch-all phrase that is causing at least markets. I can't speak for CEOs, but
absolutely
are concerned about this.
Yeah. What's the Kiwi done?
The Kiwi, as I say, hasn't done too badly. It's only fallen about, just over 0.5%, actually about 2/3%, so not too bad. As I say, the Aussie's done a lot worse because that's more sensitive to global events.
Emery, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Emery Spicer from Westpac, who was on Morning Report this morning, I think with a lot of people expecting that it wouldn't be nearly as dramatic an outcome. I've been talking a lot about the New York Times and its needle predicting electoral college votes. Start of the day going as high as 320 votes for Hillary Clinton. Remember, 538 votes on offer, 270 gets the presidency. It now has Trump for the first time over 300. For the first time, the New York Times, and this is pretty scientific, it is comparing apples with apples, this election with last election, the same counties, the same polling booths. They now have Trump at 300 votes, which means the New York Times has him well in front as it stands at present. The question remains, though, because there are still a lot of votes to be counted, what sort of president might Hillary Clinton be? Gemma Brackybush polled our representative sample of American voters.
It's just, more of the same, a lot of cronyism, just taking care of friends and accepting money for things that they shouldn't be accepting for. So change, I think change is the key.
Well, I would imagine it would be fairly close to what we experienced with her husband as president. Sort of moderate, centrist Democratic policy. Not too many changes one way or the other, unless she gets pushed by the likes, because many likes of the progressives, as many people say, the election doesn't end on Tuesday. It will, if Hillary does get in, that there's going to still be pressure to keep her moving in that direction of a more progressive position on issues.
Hillary Clinton will continue to do what's been going on for a very long time, the establishment, the people in power. She'll fake exactly what they've all been doing all along, and I think she shouldn't be president either.
I think she's very qualified when it comes to policy. She's very much a politician, which has its pluses and minuses. But I think she knows how to achieve things through compromise. But I also think that she isn't a great communicator.
She'll bring about the continuous corruption that follows the Clintons for the last 10, 15 years. Since 1993 to 2000, all it was lawsuits. Bill Clinton is being impeached, disbarred in Arkansas, basically thrown out of Arkansas, and she's going to be the same type of president if she got in, God forbid. It would be litigation after litigation, ending in impeachment, and then having the vice president, the president, which would be total chaos and nothing good to come from the...
And she's a big liar. Her nose is all the way over there. See that yellow pole right there? Her nose is over there.
Far away.
She can't tell the truth, in other words, what he says.
No.
You are with Checkpoint on RNZ National. Thank you for joining us on our US election special. Stick with us. As America decides who their next president will be, we are going to stay on air until America has determined whether it will be Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump. If you're listening to us on the radio, welcome as always. We're also streaming online on rnz.co.nz. We are live on Facebook, where you can watch us, and on YouTube, and you can also watch us on Freeview Channel 50. However you are joining us, we'd love your feedback. You can text us on 2101. You can tweet us at Checkpoint RNZ. We are on Facebook, of course, and our email address, as always, is checkpoint@radionz.co.nz. We will be sharing your feedback throughout the show. Thank you for being with us. Florida, too close to call, although Trump is in front there. Ohio has gone to Trump. Virginia, CNN has called that for Clinton. Colorado, CNN has called that for Clinton. These are swing states, but Florida is the big one, 29 votes there, and they do look at the moment, although this is absolutely not certain, to have gone to Trump. Pennsylvania is fascinating. Clinton is in front there. There are 20 votes. Ohio, 18 votes. They've gone to Trump. The swing states are falling for Trump, which will make the Clinton headquarters a reasonably depressing place to be there at the moment. Let's go back to Gemma Brackybush, who has moved from outside Fox TV with a Trump supporter, and you are there with a Clinton supporter, Gemma.
I am. Hi again, John. Yes, I just walked through Times Square. Usually Times Square is filled with thousands of people and everyone's moving a million miles an hour in a million different directions, and there's still thousands of people there tonight, but it's kind of eerily quiet and everyone's glued to these giant television screens where the election is playing out. I am outside Clinton's headquarters, and it's not depressing. I mean, you can hear thousands of supporters inside. The convention centre stretches 6 blocks. There's a huge police presence here again. But I'm joined by Ariana Spence, who's a Hillary Clinton supporter. Ariana went to Wellesley, which is the same university as Hillary Clinton went to. Thank you so much for joining us. Are you surprised at how close this election is playing out?
Yeah, I would say most people in a place like New York are surprised, but I mean, when you look at what's happening right now, it's really pulling the face off of our country and what's going on right now. It's pretty scary, but I'm still hopeful that she's going to be able to carry this one out.
Why do you support Hillary Clinton?
I support Hillary because she's for families. She has a plan on educational loans that supports me, that represents me as a recent grad. She's for responsible reform when it comes to immigration that perpetuates the idea that people should be equal citizens. And honestly, I think that she's the only rational choice. Honestly, Donald Trump is a xenophobe, he's a homophobe, and he's a racist. And I do think that his rhetoric speaks to a demographic of people in America that think that women and minorities should continue to be marginalized, and that's just not aligned with my thinking at all.
And if Hillary Clinton gets in tonight, it will be the US's first female president. What does that mean to you?
As a woman, especially as a woman of African American descent, that means a lot for me. I know it means a lot for women of this country, and as a global leader, I think it'll mean a lot to women around the world.
And what do you make of this election?
I think that it'll be very interesting for young children learning about the electoral system in America, but I think it'll be very important going forward to think about our electorate system, think about the popular vote. I'm sure that there will be a lot of debates coming out of this, but I honestly think that it'll be one for the books that we can put into history and examine how something like this could have happened.
If Donald Trump is to win the presidency, what kind of president do you think he would be?
I don't need to comment on that because it's not going to happen.
Well, thank you for your time, John. I guess, you know, every American will be glued to their television tonight. It is one of the most unusual elections in recent history. People that we spoke to in the weekend have described it as depressing. You know, they just don't really know what's going on. So, as you said, you'll be covering it until the next president of the US is announced, and we'll all be waiting closely to see who that is.
Thanks, Gemma. Well, Florida, it really does look like Clinton can't get the votes to get Florida now. The District of Columbia, for the people who are contacting us to say how depressed and miserable and upset and angst-ridden they feel, the District of Columbia, ladies and gentlemen, Clinton 93%, Trump 4%. but there aren't too many like that. It is really fascinating to see what is unfolding. We will update this after the news. Really interesting feedbacks coming in from people. Reese said, hi, fascinating to speculate how it would be at this stage had the Democrats nominated Bernie. Well, Reese, I'll tell you something. This is really interesting. New Hampshire, which has been a Democrat, a reasonable kind of Democrat stronghold, but New Hampshire really went for Bernie in the primaries over Clinton. New Hampshire hasn't voted Republican since 2000, so 2004, 8 and 12. It went Democrat. It really went for Sanders in the primaries. It rejected Clinton, was a big, big Sanders state. And at the moment, Trump is in front, only about 2/3 of the votes counted. Trump is in front 49-45 in New Hampshire, only 4 votes there. But Reese, your point is a fascinating one. An amazing email from Adrian in Hastings, which we'll read you after the election, because it reflects once again on how the establishment, including the media establishment, as in Brexit, didn't quite have this right. Now, we're not making any projections because it's too early in the night for that. But boy, Trump is doing better than many people thought.
RNZ News at 5. Kia ora, good afternoon. Ko Katrina Batten aho. The Republican Donald Trump has won the key state of Ohio as results continue to emerge in the US presidential election. In this other swing states, Mr. Trump is clinging to a narrow lead over his Democratic rival Hillary Clinton, who has taken the state of Virginia. Tim Graham has the latest.
Both candidates are picking up the states they were expected to win, but in the swing states the voting is close. With voting completed in 44 of the 50 US states, the race is tight in Florida, North Carolina, Pennsylvania and New Hampshire, leaving the race for the White House on a knife edge. Mr. Trump captured conservative states in the South and Midwest, while Mrs. Clinton swept several states on the East Coast and Illinois in the Midwest. Both are aiming to secure the 270 electoral college votes needed to win. The Mexican peso has fallen by more than 11% on concerns that Mr. Trump, who's pledged to build a wall between the two countries, could win. This is Tim Graham.
In Auckland, Clinton supporters who have gathered at a bar are nervously watching the results. One of them, Cindy Buell, says she fears a Trump victory.
I have been nervous since the day Trump accepted the nomination because he struck that chord of the people who don't feel like they're making their way in the country right now. We've got to do something to address that, but I don't think Trump is the answer.
Democrat Cindy Buell in Auckland. At Mr. Trump's New York headquarters, crowds cheered as the TV networks called Ohio for the Republican. A Trump supporter, the Liberty University president, Jerry Falwell Jr., welcomed the news.
I think that's huge for the Trump campaign, and it's really encouraging to see the numbers. I'm very optimistic about the results tonight.
Jerry Falwell Jr. Supporters at Mr. Trump's election party in New York will be able to enjoy a cake moulded in the shape of his head. The chocolate cake depicts Mr. Trump in a suit and tie and shows his trademark hairstyle. A New Jersey resident, Melissa Alt, bought the creation to the Hilton Midtown Hotel in Manhattan, where Trump supporters have gathered. Ms. Alt says she spent 50 hours making the cake, which is valued at more than $63,000. She says replicating Mr. Trump's hair was the easiest part of the project. Financial markets have turned sour on the close US presidential election. Investors have started to sell risky assets such as shares and commodities and are chasing the security of currencies such as the Japanese yen and Swiss franc and gold. The New Zealand share market, which was up about 0.3% in early trading, has fallen nearly 2% in less than an hour. Other stock markets in Australia and Asia also turned negative. The high-profile Republican Marco Rubio has retained his Senate seat in Florida. In his acceptance speech, he encouraged Americans to reconcile after the vitriol of the campaign.
I hope that we as a people here in Florida, I hope we will set the example in this great state that while we can disagree on issues, we cannot share a country where people hate each other because of their political affiliations. We cannot move forward as a nation if we cannot have enlightened debates about tough issues.
Marco Rubio was a Republican presidential candidate in the primary elections. In other news, 2 toddlers injured by a falling tree at an Auckland daycare centre yesterday afternoon remains in a stable condition at Starship Hospital. The Discovery's Educare on Gillies Avenue in Epsom is closed while WorkSafe investigates the incident. The owner of the facility, Ajit Singh, says the tree was inspected by an arborist, but he's not sure when that was done. The Māori Party is satisfied iwi will be thoroughly consulted and economic benefits have not trumped environmental protection under changes to the resource management legislation. The government has reached an agreement with the Māori Party which gives it the numbers to pass its RMA changes through Parliament. Here's our political reporter May Heron.
The Māori Party says the consultation provisions in the bill go beyond anything that currently exists for Māori outside the treaty's settlement and allow iwi to engage in a way they haven't been able to before. It says the government has also agreed to reducing ministerial powers and increasing the right to appeal decisions. The government says it's pleased it can now go ahead with the changes, which it calls the most comprehensive since the Resource Management Act was created 25 years ago. The Green Party says it still doesn't agree with the legislation and says the Māori Party has given away the rights of New Zealanders. From Parliament, Ko May Heron, Tēnei.
3 fishermen lost at sea for a week off Kiribati have been found alive and well by the New Zealand Defence Force. The men, aged from 34 to 61, left Tarawa on their 5-metre wooden boat on November the 1st. A Defence Force plane was sent yesterday morning, and it wasn't until this morning that they spotted the boat and the men, who appeared to be in good health. A spokesperson says they plan on dropping food, water and a radio to the men and are arranging for them to be picked up by ships in the area. Lotto is expecting to sell upwards of 2 million tickets for tonight's record-breaking $44 million draw. The Auckland University statistician Russell Miller says there's a 1 in 38 million chance of getting the winning numbers with one line, and he's advising people to take care if they're driving to get a ticket, as there's the same chance of winning as being killed in a road crash. A Lotto spokeswoman says it's still too early to know how many tickets will sell, as the busiest period will be from now onwards. That's the news.
As well as coming out your wireless, Nights with Brian Crump is available online around the world, everywhere from Lagos to Los Angeles.
That's the bass crump, crump moves and the crump energy that come. Like I say, it's a freestyle. And that means you can come up with moves, you can be creative, you can find the power of the dance, power of the crump energy.
Enter the Crump Zone, radionz.co.nz, or tune in weeknights after the news at 7 on RNZ National.
Met service weather now through to midnight tomorrow. Auckland, Northland and Waikato, Coromandel Peninsula, Bay of Plenty and Taupo. Fine today, cloudy periods tomorrow. Waitomo, Taranaki, Taumaranui, Taihape. Fine at first, becoming cloudy this evening with patchy drizzle. Gisborne and Hawke's Bay, mainly fine, isolated showers tomorrow afternoon. Whanganui to Wellington, cloud increasing this evening and overnight and periods of rain developing. Wairarapa, Nelson, Marlborough, North Canterbury, areas of high cloud today with a few showers, occasional rain developing tomorrow morning. Otago and the remainder of Canterbury, fine spells, a few showers in the east today. Southwestland, Southland and Fiordland, mostly fine, however a few showers in the south, clearing in the morning. Bulla and the remainder of Westland, rain with heavy falls and isolated thunderstorms clearing from the south this afternoon and evening. Rain returning north of Hokitika tomorrow morning. The Chatham Islands, showers developing this evening, clearing tomorrow morning. It's 5:07 and you're listening to Checkpoint.
Thanks, Katrina. Let's go to the Clinton function in New York. Our correspondent Kevin McAleese is there. Kevin, thank you for being with us again. What is the mood there? How are the people gathered there to support Hillary Clinton feeling?
Well, you may just have caught the tail end of them cheering in the background because Hillary Clinton's a few points up ahead of her Republican rival Donald Trump in Pennsylvania. But that was a state that she's been consistent in the polls, had a decent margin over the billionaire celebrity. So that's the sort of thing that they shouldn't have been even thinking twice about. But this is a remarkable election night. We've seen Donald Trump take the bellwether state of Ohio. We're also hearing that North Carolina is being called for the blonde-haired real estate mogul. And Florida, he has a healthy lead. He seems to be tipping it there, and time is running out for Hillary Clinton if she wants to take that vote-rich Sunshine State.
Yes, I don't think there's enough voters left. Even if every uncounted vote goes to Clinton in Florida, I don't think there are enough left to give Florida to her. It's a roller coaster ride. She is ahead on the college table at the moment, but Trump is doing so well in those swing states. Is there anyone there really, Kevin, who was worried that they would be in this position at this stage of the night?
Well, certainly not Hillary Clinton's campaign team, who have, as we talked about earlier, put out this incredible ground team, to get out the votes. They've had Michelle Obama, they've had Barack Obama, they've had Joe Biden, they've had celebrities from West Coast to East Coast trying to get out that message. Last night, Hillary Clinton flying around on her campaign plane with John Bon Jovi. She wasn't thinking that tonight she would be watching Donald Trump defy the polls, defy expectation across the board, but that is exactly what seems to be unfolding here.
Yeah, Trump has just been called, North Carolina has just been called for him. Kevin, that they do vote Republican. They went Democrat in 2008. But actually, for Hillary Clinton to win, she's going to have to start picking states like that up at some stage. No, we've just lost Kevin. He went there. Let's go through this. So Florida, which is a key swing state, 29 votes on offer. And Florida, this century has gone where the presidency has gone. It's gone to Trump. Ohio, for 13 consecutive presidential elections, has gone where the presidency has gone. It's gone to Trump. North Carolina, actually people were calling that a swing state. I reckon that was generous. It doesn't vote Democrat very often. It did so in 2008, but of course that was the first Obama campaign and he was swept into power in 8. It has gone Republican again. It did in 2012. These swing states are falling one after another to Trump. There are still a couple that Clinton is in front in, and we will go to them after this. Donald Trump has won. Ohio, of course, is leading Hillary Clinton in Florida and North Carolina. In fact, North Carolina has been called for Trump with voting completed in 44 of the 50 states, by which we mean polls have closed. The votes haven't been counted. The race in some is too tight to call. The White House is still on a knife edge. No one is calling this for Trump yet. It is just that he is doing surprisingly well at this stage. Alex Ashton has been looking at the roller coaster election so far.
It's shaping up to be a very tight election race. Republican Donald Trump's already clinched Ohio, Kentucky, Indiana, South Carolina and West Virginia. And Democratic nominee Hillary Clinton's taken Massachusetts, Maryland, New Jersey and New York. Mrs. Clinton began the day in Chappaqua, New York, casting her vote with her husband and former President Bill Clinton.
It is the most humbling feeling, Dan, because, I know how much responsibility goes with this, and so many people are counting on the outcome of this election, what it means for our country, and I'll do the very best I can if I'm fortunate enough to win today.
The Democratic vice presidential nominee, Tim Kaine, cast his ballot in Richmond, Virginia, before heading to New York with his wife to await the results. The Republican nominee Donald Trump cast his vote in Manhattan. He arrived with his wife Melania, daughter Ivanka and her family, stopping by a bake sale for a bag of biscuits before casting his vote. His running mate Mike Pence voted at home in Indianapolis.
A day like today is very humbling and very moving for our little family. We're just so grateful for the support and prayers of people all across the United States, for Donald Trump and for our firm belief that we can make America great again.
The US President Barack Obama urged the public to vote one final time as he walked along the White House colonnade, telling reporters he was confident if voter turnout was high, they'll do a good job. There were long queues at many polling booths around the country after a long, bruising and often ugly campaign.
Everything has just gone to
excuse my French, hell in a handbasket. So now it's like, let's see what Donald could do.
It was just so exciting to watch her like climb and her rise, and now she's the first, female. Sorry. I'm just really excited for women everywhere.
Well, I'm sort of big on military and defense. I haven't really felt safe in the, in the country the last several years. But I have kids in schools, particularly concerned about the safety of our schools and, just protecting our country. So I think Trump's a better candidate on that. And that's where my vote went.
I think we're all trying to make a difference, to get out there and vote and do what you have to do for your responsibility for the country. I think California is going to definitely be a Hillary vote.
I think there's a lot of interest in what's going to happen. Is this going to really affect our economy? Is it really going to affect our futures? And I think it will. I think this is a very big deal overall.
Residents of Skid Row, an area in downtown Los Angeles with a large homeless population, turned out in their droves, but were divided about where their votes would go.
Hillary Clinton. I can't stand Donald Trump. He's an idiot.
I hope that he will clean things up and definitely hashtag drain the swamp, because there's just so much corruption and so much bad politicking, and I mean the people that we have in government right now, especially here in California, they suck big time.
Either socialist or fascist. Trump being the fascist and Hillary being the socialist. So we get either one. I just think that a socialist, a Canadian type of government is better than a fascist type of government.
In the predominantly African-American New York suburb of Harlem, the voters favoured Clinton.
Well, I always vote, and especially with the first female president, so I'm here to vote for Hillary. In my opinion, they're both horrible candidates. You got to go for the lesser of two evils.
Both Mrs. Clinton and Mr. Trump now in New York awaiting a result, which commentators say could be razor thin. For Checkpoint, Alex Ashton.
You are with Checkpoint on RNZ National. Thank you for joining us on our US election special. Stick with us. As America decides who their next president will be, we are going to stay on air until America has determined whether it will be Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump. If you're listening to us on the radio, welcome as always. We're also streaming online on rnz.co.nz. We are live on Facebook, where you can watch us, and on YouTube, and you can also watch us on Freeview Channel 50. However you are joining us, we'd love your feedback. You can text us on 2101. You can tweet us at Checkpoint RNZ. We are on Facebook, of course, and our email address, as always, is checkpoint@radionz.co.nz. We will be sharing your feedback throughout the show. Even if your feedback is basically cries of grief and sorrow, thank you for all of it. I just lost an extra piece of feedback, which I will haul up from the floor beneath me, I think, from Hastings. Thanks, Adrian. We're going to go now to our correspondent, Mary McCarthy, who's at the Trump HQ in New York. Mary, it's lovely to have you with us. And I would suspect, we've just been at Clinton HQ, I would suspect you're at the happier HQ at this time of the night.
Well, I must say, it's probably the feeling that people are feeling all around America, what we're feeling here tonight, which is absolute pure surprise, really a feeling of being dumbfounded, where we were expecting this to be what Donald Trump was calling his victory party, to be far from that. And at this point in the evening, that's not clear at all, and certainly the numbers are pointing potentially to a Donald Trump win. I was outside the Hilton Hotel here in Manhattan just a short time ago as people were still streaming in, his supporters, and there was a very jubilant feeling. That was before so many of the numbers started to come in, and certainly there was a sense from us who've been watching the polls that his supporters were being overly optimistic. Turns out that they may have been closer to the real pulse of America than the journalists and the pundits were, as we're seeing here a potential Donald Trump victory. Of course, it's still early enough in the night that things could change.
Yes, Mary, this is really interesting, isn't it? Because there are shades of Brexit here. And Trump did say this is like Brexit. And he did say the political establishment, the media establishment are not hearing what I'm hearing. Now, everyone poo-pooed that and said it was wishful thinking, that he was inevitably and predictably talking his book up. But at this stage of the night, you have to say it looks like he was way more correct than he was given credit for.
Well, his catchphrase really over the past 2 weeks has been drain the swamp, drain what he's calling the establishment swamp in Washington, referring not only to politicians, but as you said, even to the media, claiming that they're all part of an establishment that really doesn't represent the true face of America. Now, I've been on the campaign trail, based in fact in Middle America in Colorado, and I've been to many of his rallies, and it's true that having been out there, you do get a real sense that there was so much enthusiasm, so much fervor out there. People, saying that they weren't excited about politics for many years, promising to come out and get out the vote. It looks like so far this evening, and that's what they've been doing over the past week or so of early voting and before polls close today. Again, too early to call, but quite a different election evening than we'd imagined.
Absolutely. Mary McCarthy from Trump HQ in New York. Thank you, Mary. We appreciate it. We should say, because we've been talking about the swing states that are going to Trump, we should say that Pennsylvania, it's an interesting kind of swing state because it's actually been Democrat since 1992, but it's part of what they call the Rust Belt, and Trump has really appealed to blue-collar white voters. So Pennsylvania was put in the swing state category. It is going to Clinton as we speak. Colorado is going to Clinton as we speak, and Virginia is going to Clinton as we speak. They did all vote Democrat last election, so she is retaining some of the states Obama won, but the key swing state of Florida, 29 votes, really does look like it's Trump's. Ohio is Trump's. Michigan, Trump is picking up a lot of these swing states. Thank you for being with us on RNZ. I want to read this email because it goes exactly to the point Mary was making and we were discussing. From Adrian in the Little Red Bookshop in Hastings. Hi, Adrian. Nice coverage. Thank you. Looks like the US media has, as was the UK media, been totally exposed as being so captured by its own ideology and preferred worldview that it hasn't been able to see the writing spray painted large and clear on the wall. Yes, I mean, Trump has been saying all along, I am in sync with this electorate and you, the establishment, are not, and people thought you are a big-noting, loud optimist, and that's a generous description of what some people were saying about him. Well, at the moment, it is bearing him out. It is not over, and no one is calling the presidency for Trump yet, but he is doing much better at this stage of the night than many, many people had expected him to, which will delight this family. If you pass by the home of the Chamberlains in New York, it is pretty clear it's Election Day. Their front lawn is decked out with pro-Trump, anti-Clinton signage, and they're lobbying others to go the same way. Here's our excellent reporter, Alex Ashton, with why the Chamberlains want Donald Trump in the White House.
I'm Will Chamberlain, lived in the area for the past 30 years. I'm a retired insurance agent. This is my son and my lovely wife, Danielle. This is Jonathan and Danielle.
When the Chamberlains head to the polls today, they, well, mum and dad at least, will be voting Donald Trump. Why?
I think it would be a change for the public that would be probably the greatest thing that's happened in the last 30 years. He's for the people, by the people, and of the people. And of the people. It wouldn't be the politics as usual, and I think he would make America great again, as he professes.
Specifically?
More money in people's pockets, more jobs, people feeling better about themselves in America because they have money. Everybody is broke today because of this economy and this Obama administration that's been in for the last 8 years, just devastating everybody.
Further than that, though, because of the Bushes behind it. And I feel that Trump is for us because he is one of us. He's not a politician. And I also feel that looking back, maybe from 100 years from this standpoint, that the United States will be stronger with him because he's going to build walls and protect the people that live here.
To say the Chamberlains aren't fans of Barack Obama would be a slight understatement.
He's a totally failed president who's absolutely done nothing for this country other than ruin it.
And they're harsh too on Donald Trump's rival, Hillary Clinton.
She'll bring about the continuous corruption that follows the Clintons for the last 10, 15 years. Since 1993 to 2000, all it was lawsuits. Bill Clinton is being impeached, disbarred in Arkansas, basically thrown out of Arkansas, and she's going to be the same type of president if she got in, God forbid.
Hillary wants to be president because she wants more greed. I mean, she wants more power because she's more greedy. It's just a roller coaster of greed and power. Trump wants to help people, not his pockets. He's already rich and powerful already.
So whoever takes out the presidency, what should be their focus?
Boundaries, borders, limits, smaller government. What do you call it? Where you can only be there for about 8 years and you're gone.
Term limits.
Term limits.
Term limits, more wage, bigger incomes, more jobs.
Lower taxes.
He's going to bring back the jobs to our country instead of letting and watching them go out of our country.
Better health care. So he could go to a doctor wherever he wants to instead of having to try to find somewhere to go as a veteran. So it's very hard.
24 minutes past 5. It really is fascinating listening to those people and their singular support for Donald Trump and their belief in him as a saviour. Trump is really connecting with blue-collar, white voters, remarkably so. This is why he's doing way better than expected in a state like Pennsylvania, which has been a Democrat state since 1992. Now, it does look like the Democrats are going to keep it, but with a significantly reduced majority, because families like that, blue-collar white families, blue-collar white voters, are supporting Trump in quite surprising numbers. Surprising because I don't think the political establishment, the media establishment, and certainly the Clinton camp had counted on this. The latest New York Times prediction. Now, this is based exactly election on election. The same polling stations, the same counties reporting year on year has Trump at about 300 seats. Remember, you need 270 to become president, but that has been wavering. Earlier in the night, Clinton was a long way in front. Let's go now to, where are we going? Sorry, we're going to Patrice Howard at the Grand Central Market in Los Angeles. Patrice, sorry, my papers are a shambles now, but the whole night is awry and unexpected and all over the place. What's happening in California?
100%. Of course, voters here knew this was going to be a Democratic state. We have the 55 Electoral College votes easily going to Hillary Clinton. Now people, thought that they could stop and kick back and that California is usually sort of the icing on the cake, but that is certainly not the case. We have, obviously many contested states right now waiting for the results, and many voters here are saying they are quite shocked by the results. We have obviously a very Democratic state and many surprised voters.
Yeah, Clinton is well out in front, 55 seats and 55 votes in California. No one is surprised that she's going to win California. The surprise, the word I think you used, Patrice, is shock, is elsewhere, places like Ohio, although Ohio is a reliable predictor of the presidency. The last 13 presidents have gone the same way as Ohio. So should we be so surprised that the swing states are indeed swinging?
When you look at sort of some of the swing states and the states that sort of border on swing states, the Clinton camp, for example, said that they breathed a bit of a sigh of relief with Colorado and Virginia sort of going in Clinton's direction. But the fact that she is having such a hard time at this late state in the election, getting to that 270 number, that is certainly a concern for the Clinton camp and for a number of Democratic voters across the United States. Of course, we are seeing many rural areas reporting right now. It's taking a bit of time to get the metropolitan vote in to figure out sort of, the states that will really be decisive in this election. So that's really what everybody is sort of waiting for, doing that with bated breath, of course.
Patrice, we were just listening to the Chamberlain family, who are hardcore Republican supporters. I mean, it's impossible really to overstate their dislike of Hillary Clinton, their cynicism about her, their absence of trust in her. On the other hand, you are in California, which is all out for Clinton. It is liberal, it is Democrat, it is supporting the Clinton campaign. How on earth are these two Americas going to be reconciled, no matter who becomes president, from tomorrow on?
Well, that is certainly the question. Of course, we did know that the work was going to begin on November 9th. Many people in this country went into this election saying that they were choosing between the better of two evils, and that is certainly not a way that you want to go into a presidential election. Even many people we stopped on the street here said they decided not to vote because they couldn't decide on a candidate. And that, really is showing right now in the polls. Of course, the polls leading into this election seemed pretty decisive, but when you see how these votes are trickling down, especially in those key swing states. California was really never going to be a dramatic situation. But when you look at our neighbor, for example, in Nevada, that is a state that, Clinton and Trump headed into in really neck and neck. And so when you look at a state like that and you look at the Latino population that turned out and really the high immigrant vote in states like Florida and Nevada, Clinton thought that she may have a lead because of that voter surge, but there are certainly plenty of people in America that decided that the institution is not going to be the way forward, and that is very clear, and that was really shown in the rural areas of America. Those people went to the polls and they have spoken.
Patrice, thank you so much. Patrice Howard joining us from California. Patrice talked about the neighbour there, Nevada. It is just a small swing state. There's only 6 votes at stake, but it, like Ohio, is a reliable predictor of where the presidency goes. The Democrats picked it up in 12 and 8. The Republicans, the Republicans picked it up in 4 and 0. It is going with Clinton. In fact, she is well out of front in Nevada. Patrice talked about the Hispanic vote. It's clearly doing the job for Clinton in Nevada. It seems not to have done so well for her in Florida. Florida, with its 29 votes, is going to Trump. Let's join Chris Arnaday, who lives in New York and writes for The Guardian. The Guardian have been such generous supporters of Checkpoint during this campaign. Chris has a PhD in physics and spent 20 years working as a trader on Wall Street before focusing on photography and journalism. He's been an avid election observer. And Chris, you are there now, I think.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, loud and clear. I'm hoping you can hear me. I am struck, Chris, by how ambushed, surprised people feel about this, and perhaps it speaks to precisely what we learned in Brexit, and that is that the political establishment and the media establishment are out of touch.
Yeah, that's something I've been writing about a lot. I mean, I've written for 2 years about how we're out of touch, and yet even then, I still didn't see this coming because I, as you said, I have a PhD in math, and I looked at the poll numbers. But I put 100,000 miles on my car, 150,000 kilometers on my car over the last year and a half, talking to voters, and it's just amazing the anger out there, just amazing.
And who and what are they angry at, Chris?
It's just this general sense of a rigged system. Partly what's going on is you have communities that have been just decimated over the last 35 years, places that used to have factories that provided stability. Those factories are gone, and a lot of the downtowns are gone. They're now been replaced by a Walmart at the edge of town, and people feel like their lives have been eroded.
Yeah, is this anger particularly strong amongst white blue collar voters who are obviously going for Trump in big numbers?
Right, I call it the back row kids. The front row kids are the people you said, the people of the media who got it wrong, the people who have postgraduate degrees, the people who are, gone to the right schools. And then you have the back row kids, the people who might not have done so well at school, who earn their keep by their muscles. And this is a revolt of the back row kids.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Rust Belt states, and they really are fascinating. I mean, West Virginia, which I guess is not surprising, but Trump is so far ahead there, 68-27 at this stage. And there's been so much concentration on the Hispanics and whether the poll is the Latino constituency and whether the pollsters were getting to them, whether in fact we understood how many of them were going to turn out. Well, they've been a highly galvanized electorate, but also highly galvanized has been this white blue collar electorate. And it seems on the face of it like the pollsters didn't get to them either.
Right. The bulk of again, it looks like the white working class came out much more than the Latino vote did or the Hispanic vote did. And those are the people who are, right now the election is going down to Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania, and that's where you have a large white working class population. Michigan is the United States Rust Belt. That's the state that's filled with empty towns with factories gone, and that's where you have a lot of uneducated white voters, and they're the ones who are coming out in larger numbers than people expected.
Where to for America from here, Chris?
And that's why we're in this. Sorry?
Where to for America from here?
It's not going to be pretty. It's not going to be pretty. I think it's really, really hard to see how the divisions are going to be helped by this. I think from the reactions I've seen by people who are the front row kids, the people who voted for Hillary, they're in denial, they're in shock, and I don't view Trump as really having a policy that's going to address any of these problems. He's only going to make it worse. So I only think it gets worse from here, unfortunately.
Chris Arnaday from The Guardian joining us live from New York. Thanks, Chris. We really appreciate it and all the great work the Guardian has done covering this campaign. I think it's fair to say Florida has gone to Trump. Now, Florida is the biggest of the swinging states. There is 29 votes on offer there. It has gone to Trump. The Democrats won it in 2012 and 2008. The Republicans won it in 2004 and 2000. And every time Florida went to the Democrats won the presidency. Every time Florida went to the Republicans won the presidency. The other state which is identical to that is Ohio. Once again, Democrats in 12 and 8, Republicans in 4 and 0, and Ohio has gone to the Republicans too. It is still not over. Lots of votes still to be counted, but they are two key swing states. Florida, 29 votes in the Electoral College. Ohio, 18 votes in the Electoral College. Trump is having a very good night, and as Chris Arnaday from The Guardian was saying, a much better night than the political establishment and the media establishment had predicted. There really are, as Trump said, shades of Brexit here. People being taken by surprise, and it's a similar kind of constituency inflicting the surprise. Blue collar, white voters. Let's go to Patrick O'Mara, our economics correspondent, who is standing by in the Wellington newsroom, waiting very patiently to update us on the markets. Patrick, I can summarise what I'm reading here by saying the markets are tanking.
Yeah, a bad day for the markets overall, for the money markets, John. As you said, good day for Trump, bad day for them. Let's just take our own market, which was sailing along quite swimmingly this morning into the early part of the afternoon. Once some of those figures came in, suggesting that it was going to be a lot closer than what we thought, the market started turning bad, and it ended the day at 5 o'clock, so just around 35 minutes ago. It was down 230 points. Now that's more than 3%. Its biggest percentage loss in 5 years, to around 6,664. But it's not alone, John. I mean, the rest of Asia at the present time is also looking fairly sad. We've got the Nikkei down 4.5%. We've got the Hang Seng in Hong Kong. That is down 3%. Aussie is also down, though not quite as bad. They're around 2% at the present time. And if we turn then to the currencies, actually a funny, kind of interesting from New Zealand's perspective, actually our New Zealand dollar is held up fairly well against the American currency, at least for now, still trading around 73.4. But other currencies are taking a real bath at the moment. And John, if I was going to suggest a place to go on holiday, Aussie might be quite good for you if you were thinking about topping up your tan, because we have gained quite a bit against them. They seem to be taking the brunt of what's happening with the election over there. We're at 96 cents at the Aussie at the moment, so looking pretty good. But really, the flight has been to safety right across the board. Everyone's into gold. It's gone into Swiss francs. They've gone into the Japanese yen. They've got out of riskier markets at the present time, and that includes oil. That's taken a bath, down 2% too.
The really interesting thing is that the markets like to factor in bad news before it happens. And we see this with profit results, obviously. If a company's going to have a bad profit result, then as a normal rule, the markets price that in advance of the announcement. They kind of know it's going to happen. Here, like I think many other people, the markets have been caught out, and as a result, trillions of dollars of value has just disappeared in the last few hours, right across Asia, Pacific, the United States, just gone.
Yeah, well, I suppose we should be careful about, though, that you're right. There is, I suppose, the markets themselves, the financial elite, they're all part and parcel of the political elite, the general liberal media, if you want to call us that, who are looking like we've got this so wrong. But financial markets bounce back, as we've seen over Brexit.
Yep.
But I think the one thing that we probably are most likely to be worried about is going to be, if it does turn out that Donald Trump is going to be the president, is the uncertainty that it does create. Because frankly, not any one analyst knows exactly which Donald Trump is going to turn up on any particular day and what particular policy he's going to be pursuing. So that uncertainty just leaves us bereft. Hillary Clinton, we know where we are. She's a known quantity. She's the status quo. Donald Trump, completely different kettle of fish.
And that's why America's voting for him, right? They are rejecting the status quo. Patrick O'Mara, thank you so much. It's 21 minutes to 6. Let's go to Sharon Brett Kelly, who is watching all of this unfold at the Fox Sports Bar, I think, in downtown Auckland, with a whole lot of American Democrats. I suspect, Sharon, they are miserable, are they?
They are, John. I mean, it sounds jovial, I know, in the background here, but there's been a bit of alcohol flowing. But I can tell you, I've been walking around the room, and people are saying words like devastated, nauseous. One woman even started crying when I asked her how she was feeling. She said she doesn't even know if she can go back to New York, to her hometown anymore. She feels angry, but she's devastated. And the funny thing is, I mean, there's an optimist right next to me here, Bob, and he's down to the wire. He's trying to stay optimistic. His wife has been sitting here knitting the whole time. They are ardent Democrats, and they are holding out to the very last minute, I tell you. He still thinks Clinton's going to win. But I've got Benny Anthony with me. He's been in New Zealand for about 34 years on and off, Benny.
Yes.
He's a basketballer. You might not realise it, but I'm standing on a big box.
I recognise Benny. Say hello to him from me. Yeah. So what does Benny think of all of this?
How you doing, New Zealand?
So John says hello, Benny, and he's asking, what do you think of all this? How are you feeling?
Feeling somewhat disappointed. We, had our hopes in Hillary making it across the mark, but there's still some time left. We got a little bit time left, but it looks like the writing is on the wall, and it looks like Trump's going to get in. But
how does that make you feel?
As I said, a little bit disappointed, but we also have been resilient. We have faced some disappointing times in the past, and it won't be any different from those times until now.
Right, you're saying because Trump has a reputation for being sexist, for being racist. So for your family, what does that mean?
Well, it's always a certain amount of racism in America, regardless of whoever gets in, and that's something that we had to endure throughout life, and it's not anything new, but it's new to have a leader of a country to promote that, and that's what makes it a little bit more scarier now, especially with all the difficulties that's been going on in America lately.
People are saying there could be riots on the street after this. Does that worry you? Would that worry your family over there in Georgia?
Well, I mean, whether it worried my family or not, I was just concerned about the people there. They shouldn't have to respond that way, but I hope they don't. But it's just a worry about just the people in general, but especially my family if they are involved in something like that. Of course, yes, I will be concerned.
Do you think your family would consider trying to move to New Zealand, depending on the result?
I know they would like to now, but I think it's probably out of the question for most of my family, because they never traveled internationally outside of the military, and you're talking about an expense that would set them back forever. So I don't think they'll come to New Zealand right now.
How do you feel about going back there if Trump is president?
I mean, going back for a visit or going back to live?
Going back to live, for example.
I don't see myself going back to live there anytime in the near future. But to visit, I would just treat it as normal. But I'm sure there will be some changes with when I see my family and my friends, and they will inform me on what's been going on in recent times.
You've got all your family over there, and they're Democrat voters.
Yes.
So how do you think they'll be feeling right now?
They will be feeling pretty much devastated. They will feel the punch more than I would, because they living in the moment, they living in the mix, they live there year in, year out, and they will feel it more so than I would. And I'm sure the majority of my family will be disappointed.
And you've been here all afternoon, so how would you describe the atmosphere?
It's as your opening statement, it was some people that was totally just devastated. They couldn't believe that this could happen. They were saying, how can American people vote for this guy? And how could they, put America in this position? But, it's a fair race. I don't think you say the race is rigged now.
We'll have to see how it goes. Thanks very much for your time, Denny.
No
Lovely
problem.
to talk to you.
Thank you.
John.
Shambra Kelly from some drinks at the Fox Sports Bar in downtown Auckland, where people are overwhelmingly Democrat supporters and they're having a miserable night. I want to tell you the most amazing graph is on the New York Times site. Now, at the beginning of the day, and everyone was looking at this, the New York Times had Hillary Clinton at an 80% chance of winning. And this is like, imagine, take an X and turn it on its side. That's what this graph has done. So Hillary Clinton has gone down, Donald Trump has gone up. The New York Times now have him at a 95% chance of winning. And they are scientifically comparing the same counties with the same counties election on election. They have gone from 20% probability to 90%, 95% probability. So we've been hearing a lot about the people who are supporting Trump. What kind of issues should the new president prioritise? We asked the representative sample of American voters. Here's Jimmy Brackey Bush's sample group again.
Climate change, that hasn't come up at all in any of the debates or anything. That's a big issue. Scary, and it's not being prioritized.
Boundaries, borders, limits. Smaller government. What do you call it? Where you can only be there for about 8 years and you're gone.
Term limits.
Term limits.
Term limits, more wage, bigger incomes, more jobs.
Lower taxes.
He's going to bring back the jobs to our country instead of letting and watching them go out of our country.
Better health care. So he could go to a doctor wherever he wants to instead of having to try to find somewhere to go as a veteran.
Saving the planet. The bees are dying. Our water's polluted. And if we don't have the earth, we don't have life. So that's really what people should be talking about.
The economy going, jobs back in the States, cleaning house in Washington, trying to get rid of all of these people that are just doing favors for everybody. Really focus on the people and get our strong economy back where it used to be years ago.
I would like to think that the president represents the people. I would like to think that we haven't gone down the road too far where we can't pull ourselves out of sort of a corporate state model where the president sort of resides over that which is being run by our corporate culture.
Let's go now to the US Ambassador's soiree at the St. John's Bar in Wellington. The US Embassy is hosting that function. American Larry Keim is one of those anxiously watching the results. He was a Republican supporter, but a while back switched sides to the Democrats. Hello, Larry, and I know you've been waiting very patiently to join us. Thank you for being with us. We're grateful for your time and your patience. Why did you switch? Why did you go from Republican to Democrat?
I think at the time, the message had changed completely. I think they kind of went off a different direction where weren't willing to compromise and work with the other side of the aisle. And for that became a huge problem.
Yeah. And so, having made the move from Republican to Democrat, what do you think about the fact America seems, on the face of it, and this is not yet determined, but it's looking this way, to have elected Donald Trump as their president?
Well, bottom line, at the end of the day, I mean, they have to work together. And I think one of the things that's going to have to happen, though, regardless, because this is a very, very volatile election, a lot of things have been said that people are going to have to come back, especially Donald Trump, if he's in fact the winner, going to have to come back and walk back seriously. And he's going to have to apologize to a lot of different people in order to be an effective president. But then again, that's purely up to him. Remember, America is governed by laws like any other country. And it's three pedestals of government that run the place. It's not just the president. And you can't say you're fired. It doesn't work that way. Sorry.
No, that's a good thing. I think that's a good thing. And that's a note of reassurance and a sane and rational take on the night. Having said that, and we've only just met, so I don't know what you normally look like, but you look a bit sad. Do you feel a bit sad?
No, not really. At the end of the day, Americans generally are a bit more optimistic than most people, and I, for one, have always been that way. Because at the end of the day, for those who believe the glass is half empty or half full, I've always believed that it's completely full, and then whatever fate evaporates over time, that it is what it is, and fate has something to do with it. So if it becomes Donald Trump, at the end of the day, you still have to work together. You still have to have a government that works, okay? And again, we'll see what happens. It's again governed by laws. It's not something you can just suddenly make up the laws as you go along. It doesn't work that way.
Larry Keim from the US Ambassador's Party in Wellington. Thank you, Larry. Larry switched from Republican to Democrat. Let's go to April Rain now. April was the creator of Oscars So White, a Twitter hashtag which mocked the lack of diversity at the Oscars and became a movement fighting for fair representation and recognition of people of colour in film. She eventually became the managing director of BroadwayBlack.com and the editor-at-large at New Tribe magazine, platforms that speak to people of colour and celebrate their achievements. April has been a guest before on Checkpoint. She is a fantastic commentator on the US. And April, you are joining us now. It's lovely to have you back with us. Thank you for being part of our coverage of this most unexpected, surprising, and I suspect you might think dispiriting election night. How are you going, April?
It's been a very long night. We will keep the faith. All of the votes have not been counted yet, so we are still hopeful that Hillary Clinton will pull it out at the end.
What's happened, April? What has gone on? And as you say, the votes haven't all been counted, but even the extent to which Trump is doing so well in the key swing states, why?
I'm not really sure. He's definitely doing better than everyone, including fellow Republicans thought he would. I think part of it is there has been part of this is an anti-Obama vote. So those who have been disappointed and disgruntled with President Obama for whatever reason, either based on policy reasons or because they just didn't like him or didn't want him to be in the White House, wanted to get as far away from him as possible and viewed Hillary perhaps as an Obama third term. So that's part of it. Others were, very interested in the fact that Mr. Trump is a businessman. And so they found that appealing, despite the fact that he's had several bankruptcies. So we'll have to figure, I think a lot of analysis is going to be done, regardless of who ends up winning the election. There will be a lot of analysis in the weeks to come about how this actually happened.
April, will some of the analysis be about the extent to which America is divided on race lines? Trump seems, on the face of it, to have just done so well with blue-collar whites. Hispanics, we know, were supporting Hillary Clinton. African Americans are predominantly Democrats. You don't want to make glib generalizations about any group on the basis of ethnicity, but that is probably a fair thing to say. How can those polarities, how can those differences, how can those divisions possibly be reconciled now?
I honestly don't know, because Donald Trump sort of stirred up this ugly underbelly of racial intolerance that we have in this country. And it's not just based on race. It's also based on immigrant status. It's also based on the LGBT community. Donald Trump really went scorched earth with respect to all marginalized communities during his entire campaign. So absolutely, race is part of it. But those who are voting based on race or who are intolerant have always been there. It's just that Donald Trump and those of his supporters have pushed them to the forefront.
Did you think Hillary Clinton was going to do this? Did you believe she'd done enough to win?
I knew that it would be a tough uphill battle. I think that President Obama, when he won, especially in 2008, was very strategic with respect to the electoral college and the number of votes needed. And so it wasn't about the popular vote for him. He knew where he had to win. And I'm not sure that Hillary Clinton took advantage of that type of analysis the way she could have. So I knew it was going to be close. I honestly did not think it was going to be this close. And so we'll be biting our nails for the next couple of hours to see what happens.
Well, April Rain, one of the great things about this campaign and this year has been meeting you and having you on Checkpoint. So thank you for being with us, and thank you for your insight and your time and your humanity and generosity. It's been a pleasure every time we've spoken to you. Thanks, April. So April, who has such an insight into the African American community in the US and is such a great spokesperson for them with the Oscars So White campaign. Earlier this hour, we introduced you to the Chamberlains, a family of avid Donald Trump supporters. They have been with us throughout the afternoon. Mr. Trump just won the key states of Florida and Ohio, among others, and is really exceeding expectations in this electorate. The New York Times are calling him now at 300 votes in the Electoral College. Remember, you need 270 to become president. It's been fluctuating wildly throughout the afternoon, but the New York Times' projections have stabilised at that level for about the last half hour. Now, William Chamberlain lives in Kerhawkson. I hope I said that correctly, in New York. He is watching the results come in. William, you have been on our coverage throughout the afternoon as a fierce, singular and passionate Trump supporter. Why?
Why? Because I truly, truly believe from my heart, along with all our other constituents, that Donald Trump is the man to right this ship. For too many years, 8 years under the Obama administration, he's done nothing for the country, nothing at all for the people. Mr. Trump, soon to be president, is for the people and with the people. He understands the people, and he's going to turn this ship around, heading in the right direction, and the whole world is going to be proud to see that America is going to be America again.
See, William, and you are and your man is in front, and this is a night of triumph for you because he was an underdog candidate who was overcome a media establishment and a political establishment who were determined for a long time not to take him seriously. But when you say the whole world will feel proud, you are talking to a country where people are bewildered and I think a little bit afraid of Donald Trump. What do you say to people who are scared of the guy, who think that actually he deals in the politics of division, in the politics of race baiting, of troll baiting, build a wall, anti-Hispanic? What do you say to people that are concerned about that stuff?
I think that's all rhetoric that the Democrats put out there for propaganda. I think he's an honest man. I don't see him doing anything to harm this country, only to help this country. As far as the building of the wall, I think we should have borders. We actually should have borders because people are coming over through the borders in Mexico with tons and tons of marijuana, cocaine. This all has to stop. I'm sure you're familiar that in the United States, we have a heroin and opium running wild, and it's all coming from these other countries, where if we had a border, I think we could slow some of this up and maybe get a grip on where the American people are today.
William, can I come in there? Have you ever felt this strongly about a politician before? Have you identified so strongly with a presidential candidate before, ever in your life?
This country has never been in such deplorable condition as it is in the last 8 years, to where I've become so political for one candidate. I'm sure you can.
So prior to this, you were what? Disengaged, not that interested? Have you ever not voted, for example, in presidential elections?
I think all three of those. I think you hit them right on the head. I've been disengaged, not really interested, but this election here had so much at stake, and we were let down by President Obama, who really put this country in bad straits. So I'm looking forward to Trump winning, looking forward to him correcting all the mistakes that, for example, President Obama, if he didn't like the way things went in the House, he'd just write an executive order and ram it through. That's not a democracy.
William Chamberlain, who has been featuring on our program throughout the afternoon, is a passionate Trump supporter, and people like William are having their way, holding sway. Trump is in front. The Prime Minister, John Campbell, is describing the US presidential race as a rocky ride. He made his first public comment so far when he spoke to reporters at Wellington Airport.
You think a landing in Wellington Airport's a little bit bumpy? Well, yeah, it's an interesting kind of landing in the United States at the moment. But, yeah, whatever ultimately happens, I mean, New Zealand's got a good relationship with the United States. You know, if there's a policy change in areas like trade, we'll have to learn to live with that. But New Zealand's a very attractive destination. We do things well, and, you know, whatever happens in the US, we'll learn to work with it.
Could you work with President Trump?
Well, as I've always said, you know, we don't get to choose the president. My responsibility as Prime Minister is to work with the new president, whoever that is, Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump. So in short, the answer is yes. And, you know, as I've also always said, you know, on campaign trails, a lot is said. What ultimately plays out when people are in office, you know, with ultimately the Congress and the Senate, you know, driving things, you know, is sometimes a little bit different. But, you know, let's wait and see. I think New Zealand's well placed, whatever happens.
That's the Prime Minister, John Campbell, saying New Zealand's well placed, whatever happened. It's coming up to 6 o'clock.
RNZ News at 6. Ngā mihi nui, good evening. Ko Katrina Batten tēnei. Several key swing states have fallen to Donald Trump as he edges closer to the White House, although the race remains too close to call. Mr. Trump has won 3 battleground states, Ohio, North Carolina and Florida, states that often tip the balance in favour of the winner. Graham Acton has the latest.
Donald Trump now leads in the race to get 270 votes in the Electoral College. He's on 228 votes, with Mrs. Clinton on 209, with several states yet to finish vote counts. Supporters at his campaign headquarters in New York have cheered Mr. Trump's wins. However, Mrs. Clinton has picked up the swing state of Virginia and is likely to win in Pennsylvania and Nevada. The bookmaker Paddy Power is now giving Mr. Trump an 83% chance of winning after he started the night on 22%. Meanwhile, it's looking likely Republicans will retain control of both houses of Congress. Democrats had hoped to win the 5 seats necessary to take over the Senate. So far, they have just 1. This is Graham Acton.
Donald Trump supporters are jubilant at the incoming results. Our correspondent Mary McCarthy is at Trump HQ in New York. She told Checkpoint the outcome seems to be catching some Trump supporters by surprise.
It's probably the feeling that people are feeling all around America, what we're feeling here tonight, which is absolute pure surprise, really a feeling of being dumbfounded, where we were expecting this to be what Donald Trump was calling his victory party, to be far from that.
Mary McCarthy at Trump HQ in New York. Financial markets have turned sour as a Trump victory grows more likely, sending investors chasing safe havens. The American dollar fell against the Japanese yen, gold surged more than $40 an ounce, and share markets around the Pacific and Asia fell sharply. Here's business editor Giles Beckford.
Wall Street and investment markets around the world have been banking on a Hillary Clinton win, and while voting was underway, they were mildly positive. Shares were higher, the US dollar was steady, as was the price of government bonds. But as the exit polls emerged and Donald Trump edged ahead in key states, investors have headed to the exits. They've dumped risky assets and chased safety of the Japanese yen and Swiss franc and government bonds and gold. Risky shares have fallen between 2 and 3% around the region, and Wall Street is facing a slide of 5% when it opens later tonight. The closeness of the race is pointing to another period of Brexit-style volatility. This is Giles Beckford.
A commentator says the markets have gone bananas. The senior market strategist at Westpac, Imre Speiser, says they've been expecting Mrs. Clinton to win.
Things really turned around at about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So right up to that point, markets were shaping up to say it looks like Clinton's going to take the job. But then a sudden turnaround, some new results poured in, and markets went bananas and are still in that mode.
Imre Speiser of Westpac. The Prime Minister is describing the US election as a rocky ride. But John Key says whatever ultimately happens, New Zealand has a good relationship with the US and he'll learn to work with whoever wins.
We don't get to choose the president. My responsibility as Prime Minister is to work with the new president, whoever that is, Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump. On campaign trails, a lot is said. What ultimately plays out when people are in office, with ultimately the Congress and the Senate, driving things, is sometimes a little bit different.
The Prime Minister John Key. The prospect of a Trump presidency will ring alarm bells in many foreign capitals. The former Assistant of State, Philip Crowley, says the United States will have to move swiftly to calm those concerns if Mr. Trump wins.
If he holds to his positions that, NATO is obsolete perhaps, whether he holds positions that autocrats can be allies as long as they're killing terrorists, if he holds to the idea that allies need to carry more of the weight, and he doesn't care if South Korea or Japan, have their own, nuclear deterrent, that's going to be very, very controversial.
Professor P.J. Crowley speaking to the BBC. Canada's main immigration website is suffering repeated outages as Mr. Trump does better than expected in the election. After some Americans said they would move to Canada if he was elected, the island of Cape Breton on Canada's Atlantic coast marketed itself as a tranquil refuge for Americans seeking to escape. In other news, the union representing workers at a Christchurch cable factory says its proposed closure is a shock as they've just been through a restructuring. General Cable wants to shut down operations in Christchurch and Auckland with the loss of 170 jobs, mostly in the south. An organiser for E2 Union, Ross Heslop, says the company has just finished a restructuring which cut 50 jobs.
It's the shock that we've just done this, and it needed to have some time, so then the changes need to be embedded, turn the company around, and General Cable have decided that they're not prepared to let those changes play out.
Ross Heslop says he believes the company is still viable and he hopes a buyer is found and the jobs are saved. The Hawke's Bay Regional Council has ordered an independent review of the controversial $900 million Rui Taniwha water storage project. The review will include the implications of the council pulling out of the Rui Taniwha Dam project, with a majority of councillors now questioning if it should go ahead. The council's investment company, HBRIC, which is developing the dam, told the meeting it welcomes the review. District health boards say a claim by junior doctors that they're being gagged is misleading. Junior doctors have rejected a new pay offer from the health boards and will begin their second 48-hour strike on November the 23rd. The Junior Doctors Union says the boards have threatened disciplinary action against doctors who speak publicly without their employer's consent. In response, the DHBs have released a copy of their letter to the union. It says the boards acknowledge doctors' rights to speak out, but policies require employees not to make comments or statements without consent. The letter asks the union to ensure the doctors who do not identify themselves as working for any specific board, but as union members. That's the news.
The Maverick.
And we will make America great again. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
The Veteran.
I really believe it's the most important election of our lifetimes because we've never had a clearer choice.
The US election inside and out.
Full coverage and analysis on Morning Report with Guy Espiner and Susie Ferguson, weekdays from 6.
Then on 9 to noon, what comes next? The challenges facing the incoming President of the United States. And after 10, the former Waikato University professor diagnosed with a rare and aggressive cancer, who became just the 6th person in the world to trial a new chemotherapy treatment. He and his wife share their story. Join me, Catherine Ryan, on 9 to noon after Morning Report on RNZ National.
We're just going to put the weather on hold for the time being because we are going back to Trump HQ. Mary McCarthy is there for us. Mary, thank you so much for joining us live. This is really starting to go Trump's way. What is the mood there?
Well, indeed, as you said, it's going Trump's way, to say the least. The New York Times now headlining that Trump is closing in on what could be a stunning upset. And the mood here is somewhat very much of an upset. I was just upstairs walking around where many of his fervent supporters have gathered, and even there's very much a sense of shock. Obviously, his supporters being very happy, but you don't get sort of the sense of celebration and jubilation, perhaps because it's all so unexpected. This being one of the most historic votes in the history of the United States, in the history of the modern world, and to have something that potentially was not predicted by the polls is shocking, to say the least, for people on either side of the aisle.
It wasn't predicted by the polls. It's interesting, the New York Times are now really pointing at a Trump presidency. CNN not calling it yet, and there are still votes to be counted, and we know what happens and how embarrassing it can be for media organisations who go too soon. Do you think that people other than his most devoted and singular supporters really expected they would find themselves in this position tonight, Mary?
Certainly in New York, where of course it's a Democratic state. That said, the past few days we've been out in the streets of New York, and you'd be surprised that even in such a heavily left-leaning Democratic place, the number of people who said they were going to vote for Donald Trump. The last one before we started our coverage today was the immigrant Iranian shop owner I met where I was buying shoes, who said, you know, I voted for Donald Trump, didn't you? So you certainly have a point that for his supporters, they had every faith in him. They said this was going to be like the Brexit, the people expressing their will, the populist vote, and that's indeed what we're seeing.
Mary McCarthy, thank you from Trump HQ, where Trump will be coming in the next hour or two and making his speech. Iowa, which was another swing state, has gone to Trump. Only 6 votes there. It's just little. But if we look, Florida, swing state, 29 votes. Ohio, swing state, 18 votes. Iowa, swing state, 6 votes. They all voted Democrat last time. Florida and Ohio are reliable predictors of the presidency. Ohio has got it right. The last 13 presidential elections, they are going Republican this time. That's just been called by CNN. The New York Times now have Trump sitting on 300 seats. So it is not an overwhelming majority at this stage. Remember, you've got to get to 270 votes in the Electoral College, but the New York Times have been sitting at that level for quite some time now. That's not varying. Earlier in the day, they were overwhelmingly picking, on the basis of polls, a Clinton presidency. They had her at 80%. They now have Trump at a 95% probability. We want to know why. We want to know what's gone on here and why people have opted for Trump. So we chose an absolutely representative sample of Americans. We have been hearing from them throughout the afternoon. Some of you don't agree with them, but that's really not the point. They voted, and this is why they voted the way they voted. One of the questions Gemma Brackie-Bush asked them is, what will Obama's legacy be?
I think his legacy, honestly, more than any of his accomplishments, will just be that he was like the coolest president. He was the first black president, and he was, especially looking at the campaign now, he is a very stately, composed president. You know, you can see a lot of contrasts. So I'm not sure, like, policy-wise what his legacy will be, but definitely his, like, presidential nature is apparent.
Obamacare is a bad thing. I think, you know, wanted to give everybody free medical, and just it can't sustain itself. It's too expensive, and people are losing their coverage that they used to have. So his legacy is just bad presidency.
He has none. He's a totally failed president who's absolutely done nothing for this country other than ruin it.
His ability to communicate reasonably, rationally, is a real positive. Even if much of the rhetoric might be empty, it's positive rhetoric, which is a lot better than what we're seeing in our campaign now, which is just backbiting and attack politics, which doesn't really help.
Aren't they polarized? Isn't it fascinating how Americans can see Obama, Trump, Clinton in such vastly different ways? This is a fascinating election. We're just going to drop in with CNN for a moment because they're talking about New Hampshire. Should be safe Democrats. How's it going?
So this one out here is Republican at 33%. So it's a slower count. If we come back to the full map, you can see it. So we have a ways to go. But again, remarkably competitive. You see a lot of the gray. We're still waiting for a lot of votes up in these places. We have nothing at all in some of these places here as we come through. Bring it back out. Shrink it. And so I just want to go back and take a look again. We are waiting for a lot of votes down here. And so if you're in the Clinton campaign war room, you think there are a lot of Democratic areas yet to come in. And yet, everyone we go to, it seems that she's underperforming the president. That is going to be the story of the night. Then that's, you could say she's underperforming for president, or you could say Donald Trump is overperforming Governor Romney or Republicans in these states. And let's, as we count, just keep waiting to see if we get any updates here. Still 70%. We've been stuck at 70% in Michigan for quite some time, and this is a very close race. It's a very, very close race.
19,000 votes. Trump is ahead over Hillary Clinton in Michigan.
19,000 votes, and you can have, with 82% in Detroit, you can have 19,000 votes.
All right, John, stand by. It's a cliffhanger in Michigan, a cliffhanger in Wisconsin. We're watching all of this very closely. We'll be right back.
We're taking an ad break on CNN. We don't take ad breaks on RNZ, ladies and gentlemen. New Hampshire is fascinating. That's the reason that CNN was talking about it. New Hampshire has voted Democrat since 2000. So 12, 8 and 4 it voted Democrat. Really interestingly, they were huge on Sanders in the primaries. And they took Sanders' defeat quite badly. A lot of the pro-Bernie brigade that kept on saying we're not happy with Hillary Clinton as our candidate was being led out of New Hampshire. It came out of New Hampshire. Let's go to the state that was a Democratic stronghold. Donald Trump, 47%. Hillary Clinton, 47%. It is absolutely fascinating. Only 4 votes there, nothing really much riding on it other than the absolute curiosity of New Hampshire being so strong for Sanders and not wanting to vote for Clinton in enough numbers to give her the majority that Obama enjoyed there in 2012 and 2008. It's coming up to 6:15. You are with Checkpoint on RNZ National. Thank you for joining us on our US election special. Stick with us as America decides who their next president will be. We are going to stay on air until America has determined whether it will be Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump. If you're listening to us on the radio, welcome as always. We're also streaming online on rnz.co.nz. We are live on Facebook where you can watch us, and on YouTube, and you can also watch us on Freeview Channel 50. However you are joining us, we'd love your feedback. You can text us on 2101. You can tweet us at Checkpoint RNZ. We are on Facebook, of course, and our email address, as always, is checkpoint@radionz.co.nz. We will be sharing your feedback throughout the show. Thank you for all of your feedback. A lot of it. I think a lot of people are really bewildered, bummed out, discombobulated, deflated, dispirited, sad, confused. How did this happen? How did Brexit happen? And there's lots of conjecture about this, and people are saying, hold on a sec, the stuff driving this is not good stuff. And that may in fact be the case. Far be it from me to comment on that because I'm not an American and I'm not participating in this election. But whatever we think of what has driven this outcome, it is the outcome. And Donald Trump is somehow in sync with enough Americans to, at this stage, be, according to the New York Times, let's go back and have a look at their latest projections. According to the New York Times, he is now a 95% probability of becoming president. A 95% probability. A man who was a rampant outsider, who was treated with derision and contempt by his own party. Senior figures in his own party turned against him. George W. Bush wouldn't vote for him in the election. He is now, according to the New York Times, the overwhelming favourite to be declared president tonight. It is not a done deal. There are still votes to be counted, but the swing states have significantly and crucially gone his way. Right, where are we going now? The Hispanic or Latino vote is hugely important in this election. A record 27.3 million Latinos were eligible to cast ballots. That's 12% of all voters, and in some states it's way, way higher. Nevada, 17%, New Mexico, 40%, Texas, 28%, California, 28%. Much of Donald Trump's campaign has been defined by his stinging verbal attacks on illegal migrants, accusing Mexico of sending rapists and peddlers across the border, promising to send migrants home and, of course, build that wall. Nowhere has this rhetoric been felt more acutely than America's border cities, where hundreds of thousands of people are crossed for work every day. To talk about that and how this election has unfolded in terms of the Hispanic Latino vote, we're joined now by Enrique Morones. Enrique Morones. And Enrique, it's lovely to have you with us. You are the founder of Border Angels, a charitable organisation based in San Diego, which focused on migrant rights and immigration reform and preventing deaths along the border. And in 1998, you were the first person ever to get dual Mexican-US citizenship. So you are a celebration of a relationship between the Latino community and America, and you must be feeling sad tonight, I assume.
That's right. Well, sad is not a strong enough word. It's really shameful what is taking place with Donald Trump and the fact that he's having the success he's having in this election. It is something that's totally unexpected. The Latino vote came out overwhelmingly in support of Hillary Clinton. In the states that we have more strength in and more power in, we were very successful in getting out the vote. Like you mentioned, California, Colorado, Nevada, even in Florida. But what happened in some of these other states was that there was other forces, other people out there also getting out the vote. And it's just really shameful. And one of the things that I've always said is the reason Donald Trump had the traction and success he did was because he started attacking us, the Mexican people. And we don't use the term illegal immigrant because there's no human being that's illegal. These are human beings that can't get a visa. They risk their lives and cross borders to try to support their families and so forth. And Donald Trump's attacking migrants and people with disabilities and Muslims and women, and it goes on and on. I cannot believe that the American people didn't rise up and say, we cannot have him as president of the United States. It is a shameful day, and it's a date that will go down as one of the worst days in the history of the United States.
Enrique, one has to be careful here because you have to treat everyone in a democracy with a degree of respect. And everyone is entitled to their opinion, and everyone is entitled to cast a vote for whomsoever they please. But it does look like this election is strongly polarised on race lines. Trump has won it because blue-collar whites have voted for him. Do you think there is a subtext of racism in some of Trump's support base? And do you feel like saying that explicitly?
Yeah, I don't think that there is. I know that there is. I have seen the rise in hate crimes because not only does Border Angels work on saving lives, we also have a division called Gente Unida, which works on, like what I just mentioned, the language, the hate crimes, the discrimination, and so forth. And his campaign has led to a tremendous rise in hate crimes. Just today, we were out feeding some of the day laborers, the people standing around for work, and a guy came by and started screaming at us, why were we helping? And he started using all these racist terms. That type of situation is a direct result of the rhetoric of Donald Trump and his language and his campaign. I respect people's opinion on who they want to vote for. Don't get me wrong. But the thing is that he has led a campaign with a premise of divisiveness, of hate, of this hateful rhetoric, and to have so many people support him. As a matter of fact, now it looks like the majority of the population is a sad day for the United States. I think the United States has taken a turn for the worse, and it's a very, very sad day. But we have to respect the election like we were going to be asking him to do with Hillary winning, which we thought who was going to win. Many of us were originally people that were supporting Bernie Sanders. I didn't think Bernie Sanders could have won. But now I realize I was wrong. Bernie Sanders could have won because we've seen people saying we've had enough with the system. We want an outsider. And I think that we thought that Hillary definitely is not an outsider, but that she was going to win. Well, as I've been thinking about it tonight, I think that many of us should have stuck with our original candidate, which was Bernie Sanders. And I think we wouldn't be having these issues like some of the states that are still in play, Michigan, Wisconsin, where Bernie Sanders easily would have won. And I'm shocked that Hillary hasn't taken some of those states.
Enrique, one final question, and we so appreciate your time, and I can absolutely, and our listeners across New Zealand will absolutely hear the dismay in your words. And so from dismay, given that a man who appealed to the kind of constituency that you were describing, and it is offensive to suggest that all Trump supporters feel this way, absolutely not. But given the kind of race baiting you talk about, given the kind of rise in hate crimes, given the kind of racist language that you're talking about, what happens now to resolve these differences with Trump in the White House? How can these two Americas be reconciled?
Well, that's the million-dollar question, and by no means am I saying that all the Trump supporters are racist.
I know you're not, Enrique. I know you're not. Yep.
Mm-hmm. And I know a lot of people voted for him for other reasons, and they're entitled to. But I hope that what happens now is that the country comes together because it's a time to heal. And one of the things that has made this a great country, and there's 220 great countries around the world, there's no country that's greater than any other country. I mean, we all have a lot of great qualities. But we have seen the worst of the American spirit on both sides of the aisle. With this election, it's a time to heal. So I think it'd be very important that in his cabinet, he shows some diversity. People from the Democratic Party, independents, et cetera. Some of the groups that he has been attacking, that he includes them. I think it'll be very difficult for him, but hopefully he will do that if he does become the president of the United States. And I know that it'll be a one-term presidency if he is the president, because there's going to be so many people tomorrow morning just waking up in total shock that he has done this, just like a lot of people were surprised that he became the candidate for the Republican Party. Once again, we realized that social media and coming out here and being the way that he was a pathway to victory, and it's a sad state of affairs. And I just hope that the world realizes that there's still a lot of good people here in the United States. You know, don't give up. Don't give up, and we'll see what happens. Don't forget, we have the Supreme Court situation and the DACA and the DAPA, and all these things are going to be overturned now because of Donald Trump. It's a sad day, but I still have hope. I still have hope, and I wish the youth would have come out like the Latino vote came out. Because the state that he's winning, like Michigan and Wisconsin, you don't have that much Latino presence. And I think a lot of the youth did not come out and vote.
Enrique, I want to thank you so much for being with us tonight. We so appreciate you speaking to New Zealand with that insight and conviction. Enrique Morones is the founder of Border Angels. He was the first person ever to get Mexican-US citizenship. We had to cut Enrique off because I want to go to the US ambassador to New Zealand, Mark Gilbert, who was hosting a function at the St. John's Bar in Wellington. Ambassador Gilbert, thank you so much for joining us. Now, you are a diplomat, and I know you are not going to speak in strong language, and I know you are going to reflect and acknowledge democracy, but you are also a Democrat, a big fundraiser for Obama during his campaigns, a man who plays basketball with Obama and who knows him. And I suspect if you are able to be frank with us, you're feeling a little bit sad tonight, right?
Well, what I will tell you is it's a very close race, and there are states that are outstanding: Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. Hillary Clinton has to sweep those three states to be able to win this race. All three of them are still very close and have not yet been called, but it looks a lot different now than it did earlier today.
What's happened, Mark? Ambassador Gilbert, sorry, that was unnecessarily familiar of me. What has happened? Why has Trump done so much better than the political and media establishment predicted? What have the establishment missed?
Yeah, I think that he appealed to people who felt that government was leaving them behind, and that he was an outsider, that he could bring change as an outsider, and that appealed to a lot of people. And I think that's what we've seen in the results today. And although the exit polls showed that many people were not happy with either candidate, one of the things they said that was very important to them was change. And they saw him more as a change candidate than they saw Hillary Clinton.
Mark Gilbert, Ambassador to the United States, who was joining us from a function at the St John's Bar in Wellington. Ambassador Gilbert, a true Democrat, and in big D, little d, obviously acknowledging the will of the American people. Let's update this as we speak. I'm going to go to the New York Times, who are really good at looking at a direct comparison, apples with apples, 2012 with 2016, same county, same booths, same polling places. They have Donald Trump forecast now to win 308 seats. Remember, there are 538 votes in the Electoral College, 538. The New York Times has Donald Trump at somewhere in the region of 300 to 308. It is wavering a bit. As Ambassador Gilbert said, though, there are still some swing states yet to come back, and in 3 of them, Hillary Clinton is in front. The night is by no means over. But the New York Times had Donald Trump at the beginning of the evening when our broadcast started at a 20% possibility of winning. They now have him at a 95% probability of winning. And Hillary Clinton has gone from 80% to 5%. That is over the period of about 5 hours. I'm just going to bring you some breaking news now. In fact, I'm just going to keep going with the breaking news. 2 weeks ago, Checkpoint first brought you the story of a terminally ill prisoner, Vicki Lali, serving 3 years and 2 months for fraud. We broke the story of Vicki on the program, I think, 2.5 weeks ago. 6 months into her sentence, Ms. Lali was diagnosed with terminal cancer and given just months to live. Her entire medical team and leaders from across the political sphere are calling for the parole board to let her go home. But her release, for a large part, relied on a recommendation from the Department of Corrections to the parole board. Tonight, we can reveal that has happened. Her uncle, Ula Lali, has just received a letter from the head of corrections, Ray Smith, and I have it in my hand. It has just been passed to me. Application for compassionate release, Ms. Vicki Lali. I'm writing to you as the family spokesperson for Ms. Vicki Lali's wider family. This afternoon, I have written to the chairperson of the New Zealand Parole Board requesting that he refers Vicki's circumstances to the Parole Board under Section 41 of the Parole Board Act, so that the board may consider directing that she be released on compassionate release. I consider that Vicki's circumstances meet the grounds for a compassionate release, as she is seriously ill and unlikely to recover. I feel very saddened by the circumstances that Vicki must contend with. Cancer is an awful thing, and I quite understand that she, her children and wider family will want to be together to care for each other over the coming months. Having referred Vicki's circumstances to the Parole Board Chairman for urgent consideration for compassionate release, I must now allow the Chairperson to review the matter carefully and make his determination. I would expect that the Parole Board Chairman will keep your family and Vicki informed as the matter is considered. Yours sincerely, Ray Smith, Chief Executive, Corrections. That letter was to Ula Lali, Vicki's mother. Tui Lali, who we were speaking to outside the hospital only yesterday, spoke to our producer, Bridget Burke. We were hoping to have a grab from Tui Lali. We will go back to that in a moment. Just to repeat the breaking news, the Department of Corrections is recommending terminally ill Vicki Lali be returned home to live out her final months. The Department of Corrections CEO Ray Smith has written to the Parole Board Chairperson for urgent consideration for compassionate release. Here is that reaction from Vicki's mum, Tui.
At the moment, I feel nothing because they've done nothing for us. You know what I mean, Bridget? I'm not ungrateful. It's just that until I see her walk out those doors tomorrow or tonight, then praise the Lord, I'll be so happy. At the moment, it's just it's a shock thing because Vicki rang me just before we left, and the lady that takes care of self-care had already gone down to tell her. I was thinking, you know, it's something. it builds Vicki up, and if the parole board goes against it, then what? Where are we? If the national office or whoever is saying yes, they're all for it, and corrections are saying they're all for it, well, give it back to us now. Let her come home tonight. What's the big deal?
That's Tui Latali, Vicki Latali's mum. It is 28 minutes to 7. You are with an extended checkpoint. We started at 3 p.m. We are covering the US election, and let's get back to the US election. You are with Checkpoint on RNZ National. Thank you for joining us on our US election special. Stick with us. As America decides who their next president will be, we are going to stay on air until America has determined whether it will be Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump. If you're listening to us on the radio, welcome as always. We're also streaming online on rnz.co.nz. We are live on Facebook, where you can watch us, and on YouTube, and you can also watch us on Freeview Channel 50. However you are joining us, we'd love your feedback. You can text us on 2101. You can tweet us at Checkpoint RNZ. We are on Facebook, of course, and our email address, as always, is checkpoint@radionz.co.nz. We will be sharing your feedback throughout the show. Thank you for being with us, and thank you for your feedback, much of which is shock and dismay, and that might sum up where the markets are at. Let's go to our economics correspondent, Patrick O'Mara, who is in Wellington. Patrick, what's the latest?
Well, John, yeah, you're right. Markets have taken news that Donald Trump has pretty much sewn up the presidency by falling even further. But I'd like to share this quote from you, from Sean Callow, who's the foreign exchange strategist at Westpac in Sydney. He's sent out something saying markets are reacting as though the four horsemen of the apocalypse just rode out of Trump Tower, or at least three of them. It might be four when the prospect of a clean sweep in Congress sinks in as well. And if you look at the markets, our one was down, the NZX 50, that was down 3% or 230 points to 6664. I see that's the apocalypse number there. Biggest percentage loss in over 5 years. Aussie has been down 2%, but Asia it's where it's really hitting hard. The Nikkei index, that is down 5.5%. And when you and I talked just an hour ago, John, it was down 4.5%.
Yeah.
The Hang Seng down 4% now, and that's from 3%. If we turn to the currencies, pretty much what we saw before. Look, New Zealand holding on grimly, frankly. It's around 73 US cents. But I remember when you talked with Imre, and he was saying that the peso was down 13%. Yeah, that is the case. That's been a huge drop there. And what is it? That's the biggest daily move in 2 decades for them. And of course, they're worried about the trade implications, particularly if Trump is talking about building a wall. And everybody's flooded into safe haven currencies, particularly the yen, which is now up 3.5% against its American counterpart. But look, just on Wall Street, and if we look at Wall Street futures, John, so this is anticipation of what's going to happen when Wall Street opens tomorrow our time, or early morning our time. They reckon that's going to fall 4.5%. So, a huge drop's expected there when that market does open. And of course, we've got Europe, which probably is open now. I haven't actually looked to see how their market's going, but we're going to expect something similar. But not all Wall Street was against Trump. We did have friends of Donald Trump in Wall Street, a very small group, admittedly, but they're out there celebrating their man got through.
Drinking out of gold goblets or something. Patrick O'Mara, thank you so much, Patrick, our economics editor, joining us from Wellington. I want to update the latest. Hillary Clinton has won Nevada. There are 6 votes there. Nevada is a swing state. In 12 and 8, it went Democrat. In 4 and 0, it went Republican. Pennsylvania, which should be a fairly safe bet for the Democrats, but has a big number of blue-collar white voters, is too close to call. There are 20 votes there. The Democrats have held it since 1992. Michigan is too close to call. There are 16 electoral seats there. The Democrats have held it since 1992. New Hampshire is still too close to call. There are 4 votes there in the Electoral College. It's been Democrat for a long time, although the Republicans did take it as a bit of an aberration, I think, in 2000. New Hampshire, of course, was very big behind Bernie Sanders in the primaries. They have struggled to vote for Clinton. It is too close to call there. And Wisconsin, 10 votes in the Electoral College. It has been a Democratic state since 1988. It too is too close to call. Obviously, there are a lot of votes in those states, and if they all go one way or the other, that is the end of the night. We will have a president. With a Donald Trump presidency looking increasingly likely at this stage, and it is not over yet, we do stress that, the message from New Zealand First Leader Winston Peters is, I told you so. Mr. Peters says the Republican candidate was always going to win over his rival. He told our reporter Alex Ashton why.
Look, for a long time, you've had the elites around the Western world pursuing globalism, pursuing ideology, ignoring the middle class and the working class who pay the taxes, after all, and obey the laws and make countries great. And the gap between the rich and the poor just got greater and greater. And it's not about ideology. It's not about the left or the right. It's about the old political parties just ignoring the people who matter the most. And today in America, like in the UK, they've had a reaction.
So what do you think that means? What would a Trump victory, assuming that's the way that this is going, what's that going to mean for America and the rest of the world?
Well, the first thing is, none of us will be able to say what it means until we understand and accept why it happened. And if we're going to slide past why it happened, then there will be no understanding of what the economic and social condition is that brought this about.
Is that feeling in the United States you're talking about, that brought this about, is that something that's happening around the world as well? Is it exclusive to the United States, or can it be felt globally?
Well, it's happening around the Western world where there is democracy. And it happened in the UK. It happened in Australia, where at the end of the early election there, the government ended up being paralysed. And it's happening in the USA. All of this is predictable. And it also says that the elites, the commentariat, and the pollsters have been spreading garbage. If they don't realise their polls in this country and elsewhere are garbage, then they'll have learned nothing from this event in the United States, or for that matter in the UK.
What do you think the direct implications might be for New Zealand, Winston?
Well, first of all, as we said in February this year, the TPPA is dead on the water. People want free trade and they want fair trade, but they don't want globalism, where the gap between the rich and the poor gets greater and greater, and they're told, keep quiet, this is all very good for you. They're not going to take that anymore.
Winston Peters talked to us a short time ago. Let's go to the Fox Sports Bar in downtown Auckland, where our reporter Sharon Brett-Kelly has been watching all of this unfold with Democrats, by and large, American Democrats. You're with one of them, Sharon, Bob Keem.
Bob Keem is with me. Bob and his wife Mary are on holiday in New Zealand. They're from Denver, Colorado, and they are the big Democrat supporters. Now, his wife Anne has been the one who's been sitting here the whole time doing her knitting, and Bob has calmly sat and done his mathematics. He is such an expert on this, John, and he's the one who stayed so optimistic. So, Bob, are you still holding out hope?
Yes, I am. So far, there has yet to be any state that's been a shocking result. There's been disappointing results. So things like Florida and North Carolina were disappointing results, but not shocking. They were going to be close anyway. And things like Georgia, Ohio was also disappointing, but not shocking. So far, we have yet to see any shocking result from any state. And what we're waiting on now is Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. And if Hillary wins all three of those, she will win the election. Now that we've won Nevada, it takes New Hampshire out of the equation, and it doesn't matter what happens in New Hampshire. So what we're really waiting on is Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. They were certainly expected to be wins for Hillary, and so far it's a nail biter, but I still think we're going to be okay.
Right, but it really hasn't gone the way you expected.
No, it's been shocking, gotta say, and I think the whole country, everybody's been shocked by how close this is, and what I don't know what to say. I mean, the Dow futures are down 800 points, over 4 or 5% now for tomorrow. So the financial institutions are going to be shocked as well, and we're going to face a real crisis, frankly, if he actually ends up winning.
You're getting emotional about this now. I mean, you've stayed calm all afternoon, but I can see you getting emotional.
Well, you may see a grown man cry on television, but I don't think so. Again, as I said, I think that the missing votes in these three states, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, are coming from strong Democratic areas. And once those votes happen, they'll put those three states in Hillary's column.
How do you feel, though, about going home to the prospect of Trump as president? Because you've got a cowboy hat with the signatures of some big Democrats. Tell me about that.
I have a cowboy hat that I started wearing in 2008 when myself and my daughter were elected as Obama national delegates to the Democratic Convention in Denver that year. And ever since that time, I've worn them to various events, and now I have the autographs of Michelle Obama, Barack Obama, Bill Clinton, and Hillary Clinton, thinking that I would have three presidents and First Lady on there. I'm still, like I said, hopeful that's going to happen. How am I going to feel? Not so great. It'll be a tough one. And again, we'll see. I do think this is an existential threat to the United States. I think Donald Trump as president is inconceivable and will be erratic, and I think all bets are off. And then in that case.
Bob, thanks so much for your time. There you go, John. Another comment from a Democrat hopeful.
Thank you very much, Sharon Brett Kelly, who was down at the Fox Sports Bar. If you were listening to that, you would have heard Bob holding out hope. Go Bob. So Bob's hope is resting on Pennsylvania, where there are 20 votes in the Electoral College on offer, Wisconsin, where there are 10 votes on offer, and Michigan, where there are 16 votes on offer. So what's that, 46 in total? So yes, Bob, the candidate who wins all three of those is home as president, if anyone's going to win all three. As it stands at the moment, and votes are still being counted, Trump is ahead in Pennsylvania by 0.5%. It's 48.5 to 48. Clinton is ahead in Michigan, 48-44. That seems like quite a big margin for Clinton now. Perhaps she has Michigan. And Wisconsin, Trump is ahead, 49-45. Clinton needs those states. At the moment, she is narrowly behind in two of them. Interestingly, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania all voted Democrat last time, and in fact Michigan has been a Democrat state since 1992, Wisconsin since 1988. Wisconsin since 1988, Hillary Clinton is, and the votes are still being counted, behind there. Of course, there are other races in this election, and again, the Republicans are doing better than expected. They are set to maintain their control over the US House of Representatives after mounting a strong defence of its Senate majority against tough Democratic challenges. Winners have been declared so far in about 21 Senate races, with Democrats making a net gain of only a single seat so far. Others where they may have an opportunity to pick up are still too close to call. Party dominance in Congress will be a crucial determinant of the policy-making outlook for the next president. Of course, Obama stymied, thwarted by Congress. And some of the key races, incumbent Senator Marco Rubio, who ran unsuccessfully for the Republican presidential nomination earlier this year, was declared the winner in Florida and re-elected. We'll go to Florida in a moment. And Republican John McCain has been re-elected to the US Senate, representing the southwestern state of Arizona for a sixth term. Remember, McCain lost to Obama in 2008. He was thrashed. Obama 365, McCain 173. That seems a long time ago now. Let's go to Florida, I think, where our correspondent Steve Mort is joining us on the phone. Steve, Florida has gone to Trump.
Yes, it has, and that wasn't something that many people have been predicting at the beginning of the voting day here. You know, we've seen such a large early voter turnout of around 6.5 million people in Florida, and that was seen as a pretty good omen for the Clinton campaign because we've seen such a high turnout from Latinos in this state. You know, and they were going to push the Clinton campaign over the top and hand her the keys to the White House. And Donald Trump had another chapter of that story to write, and apparently writing it he is. And Florida, the biggest swing state of all of them, it was really close, but the biggest swing state of them all going to Donald Trump. So, you know, once again, Florida seems to be the bellwether for the country. It came in relatively early, you know, compared to a lot of these swing states. And it appears to have been the predictor again.
Yeah, fascinating. 18%, so basically 1 in 5 voters in Florida are Hispanic. And the sense was, Latino, and the sense was that this is a community that sometimes doesn't turn out in big numbers, that sometimes it has not been galvanized, motivated, encouraged to vote. And given Trump's comments about Mexico, the wall, the kind of stuff we were talking about with Enrique earlier, the feeling was the Hispanic vote, highly mobilized, would be enough to get Clinton over the line in Florida. What we can say is the blue-collar white vote in Florida, outside Miami, off in the rural areas, has turned out. Every last one of them must have voted, Steve.
Well, that's right. You know, the area around Miami and the urban corridor in central Florida and in South Florida is where most of the people in Florida live. And we did see a huge turnout in terms of early voting, particularly on Sunday, where we saw a large number of Latino voters here in the Miami area going to the polls and casting their ballots. And at that point, we thought, well, you know, things are looking pretty good for Hillary Clinton in Florida. But it appears that Donald Trump did manage, through sheer persistence, if you like. He spent a lot of time in this state campaigning in areas where he thought he could do well, and that strategy does seem to have paid off here. A lot of people in those rural areas, mostly in the north of the state, where it's a lot more working class, a lot poorer, and a lot whiter, a lot less diverse, Donald Trump seems to have done well. He's managed to bring out voters that haven't previously voted. We've seen a very high turnout amongst Latinos, but we've seen an even higher turnout on the Republican side in those new constituencies that he's managed to motivate to get to the polls. You know, people are just saying, look, you know, we're sick of this establishment situation. We want a candidate that we think is going to foment some real change in Washington. And that message seems to have resonated. You know, I think one key point to make here is that this election, as it stands at the moment, seems to have divided Americans less along party lines and more along socioeconomic lines. You know, we're seeing people jump party boundaries quite a lot. We've seen a lot of very educated Republicans voting for Hillary Clinton this time, and we've seen those blue-collar Democrats, union members, low-income Democrats, people that have traditionally voted for the Democratic ticket, including President Obama in 2008 and 2012, jumping to Donald Trump this time. So really, there hasn't been an election like this in the United States for a long time, and the political community, the punditry, the pollsters are going to be picking up the pieces for a while.
Yeah, they sure are. Steve Mort, live from Florida. Thank you so much, Steve. Florida has gone to Trump. 29 votes there, a real swing state. Where Florida goes, as a rule, obviously, history is not always a predictor, but where Florida has gone, the presidency has gone. Where Ohio has gone, the presidency has gone, and they have both gone to Trump tonight. We're going to go to a Kiwi in New York now. Danielle McLaughlin might come from Gisborne, but these days she's a lawyer and the co-author of a book called The Federalist Society, How Conservatives Took the Law Back from Liberals. She also makes regular appearances on American news networks talking about legal, constitutional and political issues as a columnist for the Sunday Star Times here at home. Also, happily, she has her brother and sister with her from New Zealand, and they are all together watching the election. A hearty kia ora to you, Danielle. Danielle, how are you?
Kia ora, John. I'm well, thanks. How are you doing tonight? Or today, I should say.
Yeah. Are you there on Skype? I can see you. Hello. Well, look, I'm buggered. I'm bewildered. I'm a bit taken by surprise. You're there. You comment on this. What do you think about what's happening?
I would say all of the above, John. Buggered, bewildered, and surprised. It's not over. The fat lady is not yet sung, but it's not looking good for Clinton. And I would say 24 hours ago, it was looking really good for her. So Donald Trump is pulling off something rather extraordinary here. And I think there'll be a lot of navel gazing in the next couple of days if he does indeed win to understand exactly why.
And can you start the navel gazing for us now, Danielle? Let's navel gaze together. And the question is, why? What was happening that we were missing out on? The political establishment was missing out on. The media establishment was missing out on. The pollsters were missing out on. The commentariat was missing out on. What was happening?
Well, I can talk a little bit about the blue wall, which is this 240 electoral votes that Clinton was supposed to have had, right? And we're seeing in Michigan and Wisconsin particularly very, very close calls. We're not sure which way it's going to go, but they might go to Donald Trump. And Clinton did not really pay a lot of attention there, thinking that they were sort of in the bag, as they have been fairly reliably for many electoral cycles. Donald Trump has run this very, obviously an anti-establishment campaign, but he's someone who hasn't really had a ground game, who hasn't had these very data-driven, done the data-driven politics that Obama did prior to Clinton and Clinton has done right now. And what we're seeing with, I guess, demographics is we knew that white, non-college educated voters would go heartily for Trump. We're seeing more college educated white voters go to Trump, and actually a larger percentage of Hispanics, actually, or Latinos, going to Trump than we thought. So in 2012, Romney got 27%. It's looking like he's going to get 29%. That's not the 40% that George W. Bush got, but that's a not insignificant number of the electorate.
Danielle, a CNN commentator has just said this was a white lash against a changing country.
Yes.
So he's taken backlash, he or she has taken backlash and put white in there, making it explicitly about race. Is that your sense of it? And it's really important to be careful around these kind of prescriptions, isn't it? But is there now a sharp division along race lines in the United States? And when you throw class in and get low-income whites, are they now, as the CNN commentator says, delivering a white lash?
Yeah, so this is Van Jones, actually a man who I respect enormously, someone who's done enormous good in this country, worked for the Obama administration at one point, done a lot of great work. And what he's talking about is a reaction to the Obama presidency and perhaps some sort of latent, should we say, discontent. He's certainly talking about the race card, which is an awkward and ugly thing to talk about, especially any night, but especially an election night. But America is changing and the demographics are changing, and what Donald Trump has sort of tapped into is this idea of sending America back 50 years when it was, the income inequality was less, when folks felt like they could get a good job, they could have a good retirement, people felt safe. And I think immigration and the kind of browning of America has created a threat. And this may be a reaction to that. We will see. I mean, this is also a populist expression, which we've seen in France with Marine Le Pen. We've seen this in Brexit.
Yeah, absolutely.
There are so many things going on here. It's almost like you can't narrow it down to just one thing.
Danielle, it's so nice to talk to you. It's been a fascinating night. Is it over? Has Trump won this? Or if Clinton wins Pennsylvania, Michigan and Wisconsin, can she do it? The question is, can she win those states?
Right. She was always favoured to win Pennsylvania, and that's got 20 electoral votes. That's the big prize of the prizes that are outstanding. Michigan, New Hampshire, Wisconsin together are, what have we got here? 26, 32 votes, electoral college votes. It's possible, but as the day has gone by, her chances of winning have dropped significantly hour by hour.
Danielle McLaughlin, thank you so much for joining us via Skype. It's lovely to talk to you on a fascinating night in the US. We're just going to take a break from the election because it's a real stalemate at the moment. It's those three states. There's just no projections, nothing happening. And so we're going to look at Lotto, because no one predicted Trump would win. So maybe if you've got a Lotto ticket, your chances are better than we thought, although to be frank, they're not that great. You got more chance of being hit by lightning. The record prize of $44 million must be won tonight. Lotto is expected to sell upwards of 2 million tickets. We spoke to New Zealanders about what they would do if they won: buy a yacht, retire, help out the family, travel the world, which is some of the answers. Here's Sally Murphy, dreaming big.
I met Bruce in Aotea Square. He was rushing off to the shop to get his Lotto ticket on his lunch break. He says first off he would help his children buy houses.
Well, it's a phenomenal amount of money. I think probably I would finish work. I'm 66, time I did so, and go on a super nice holiday.
It'd be a pretty good retirement, wouldn't it?
It would.
Anywhere in particular you'd want to go?
I've been very keen to do one of those European river cruises.
Many people we spoke to had not even thought about it, but others have some ideas just in case their numbers are called.
I'll buy a yacht, maybe, and a house, a couple of houses, rent them out, invest the money, not work anymore.
Well, I'll be off to Ireland to find my family tree and relatives in County Offaly.
Charity, try and make it work as hard as it can so that I can hopefully help other people.
Toys, jet ski, motorbike, stuff like that. Just travel forever probably, never work again.
If no single ticket wins Powerball First Division, the prize pool rolls down to the next division, with winners splitting the money. The Auckland University statistician Russell Miller says there's a 1 in 38 million chance of getting the winning numbers with one line.
I'd advise, since the only sure winner at this game is Lotto New Zealand, I would advise just to spend what you can afford, but don't by any means think that you're going to make money out of doing this. Just make sure you have some fun.
His only advice on picking numbers is to decide on ones which are not likely to be popular with other people, so you get the winning combination to yourself.
Same sort of probability is getting struck by lightning, but in fact it's closer to the probability of getting struck by lightning twice in two different storms. So yeah, it's pretty astronomical, the probability.
But if you do end up with $44 million, there's a nice resort island in the Caribbean for sale for $14 million, a 3-bedroom apartment in New York's Trump Tower for $11 million, or if you wanted to stay closer to home, there's a nice 2-bedroom apartment in Parnell for $739,000. The winning numbers will be drawn about 8:20 tonight. For Checkpoint, Sally Murphy.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's 1 minute to 7, and we were going to stay on air until there was a president. But it is such slow going, and our correspondents now are absolutely entrapped and tied up in the coverage for their own networks, CNN and the BBC, and it's very, very slow counting in Pennsylvania, Michigan and Wisconsin, that we are just going to leave it to RNZ News. We will obviously all be here and filing, but we're going to cease our live coverage for the time being. Obviously, we will have updates throughout the night. Thank you for being with us. This has been epic. It is still not decided, although the New York Times now has Donald Trump as a 95% probability. On behalf of our excellent team, thank you for being with us this afternoon. We will be back on Checkpoint tomorrow at 5.
RNZ News at 7. Ngā mihi nui, good evening, ko Katrina Batten tēnei. The Republican Donald Trump has scored a series of shocking wins in battleground US states, including Florida and Ohio.